we lowered the cost of prescription drugs. In fact, Medicare Premium Advantage premiums actually fell by 34%, where when Joe Biden was vice president, drug prices literally skyrocketed. And if you look at it, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have a far-left health care plan that literally threatens private health insurance and will limit your choice of doctors. Remember, he actually wants to keep Obamacare going. And suddenly you got a lot of Democrats that like to talk up Obamacare, but I got to tell you, when we took office, Obamacare was a disaster. I mean, remember, they said if you like your doctor, you can keep him. Not true. If you like your health insurance, you can keep it. Wasn't true. They said insurance premiums were going to go down. Well, insurance premiums had doubled by the time we took office. And Joe Biden wants to take us down the pathway to socialized medicine. He's got a public option in his Obamacare. And Bernie Sanders was even bragging not long ago that he's going to be the one writing health care reform if they win the Senate and they win the White House. Well, I'm going to tell you something. With 4 more years, President Donald Trump and I are going to give the American people, we're going to lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. And we will say with one voice, America will never be a socialist country. We're going to reject socialized medicine, and we're going to give Americans medicine and health care based on free market principles and consumer choice. Beyond health care, the choice in this election couldn't be clearer when it comes to trade. So important in a place like North Carolina and all across America. You know, when we took office, literally half of our international trade deficit was with China. We were losing $500 billion a year to communist China. And Joe Biden, he's been a cheerleader for communist China every step of the way. It's true. He said that the rise of China economically, giving rise to those incredible deficits, was a positive development. President Trump, we put China on notice. We said the era of economic surrender is over. He imposed tariffs and demanded that China open their markets to what we grow and what we make and respect the private property rights of every American. And when it comes to our neighbors to the north and the south, I don't know about you here in North Carolina, but over in the Hoosier State, in the 25 years since NAFTA, we literally saw entire communities shuttered as factories closed and jobs moved south of the border. For all those 25 years, Joe Biden never lifted a finger to reform it. But under President Donald Trump, the man who wrote The Art of the Deal, Americans got a great deal. NAFTA is gone. The USMCA is here to stay, and it's a huge win for North Carolina agriculture and North Carolina manufacturing. In fact, I'm actually told that experts suggest that we're going to sell $2.2 billion more in agricultural exports to Canada and Mexico alone. Now, y'all deserve to know, though, Joe Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris, was one of only 10 members of the Senate to vote against the USMCA. She said it didn't go far enough on climate change. And Kamala Harris put her radical environmental agenda ahead of North Carolina's farmers, North Carolina's workers. President Donald Trump and I are always going to put American farmers and American workers first. So when you look at the choice, one thing is clear. Joe Biden would be nothing more than a Trojan horse for the radical left. Now, Joe Biden says that democracy is on the ballot. And I think our economic recovery is on the ballot. I think law and order are on the ballot. But I also think there are things much more foundational to our country that are on the ballot as well. You know, in this election, I think it's not going to be just whether America ends up more Republican or more Democrat, more conservative or more liberal, more red or more blue. I think the choice in this election is whether America remains America. Whether we're going to chart a course on all the ideals that Old Glory represents, of freedom, individual responsibilities, and the American dream, or whether we're going to let Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, and the radical left take America to a very different place. Less freedom, less opportunity, and a future of American decline. So let me say, for our freedom, for all the ideals that have always made America great, we need to decide right here and right now that Joe Biden will never be President of the United States of America. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. It's that important. It's that important. It's about freedom. You know, it really is great to see you all come out today, and I'm really grateful for it. I'm going to be on the road every day between now and when the polls close, but being here at the farm with all of you is a real privilege. And let me also say, it's the greatest privilege of my life to serve as your Vice President, and I want to thank you for the honor. I really do. It's the greatest privilege of my life to serve alongside this president. You know, I really didn't know him that well before he called me up and asked me to join this ticket a little more than 4 years ago. I'll never forget the night I was at the governor's residence in Indiana. I'd been told the call was coming in. My wife and I had prayed all the way through it. I'd seen this man up close. I'd seen his leadership. I knew he had the right vision to bring this country back. I knew we'd say yes in a heartbeat. It was about 11 o'clock and the phone rang. My wife at my side, I picked up the phone and I heard that familiar voice. And he said, "Mike, it's going to be great." And then he said, "But we're going to have to work. We're going to have to go out. You go north, I'll go south. You go east, I'll go west." He said, "We're going to turn this country around. We got to go out and earn it. We got to go out and tell the story." And after about 5 minutes, he took a breath and I said, "Well, if there's a question in there, the answer is yes." And you know what? He was right. We made America great again in 3 short years, and with 4 more years, we're going to make America even greater still. But it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us to do it. You know, the President and I, some people think we're kind of different. But I can tell you, we've gotten to be very close friends. I've seen him when the cameras are off. And I can tell you firsthand, there's not a day gone by against unprecedented opposition that this president hasn't gotten up and fought to keep the promises that he made to the people of this country. Now it's our turn to fight for him. It's on, North Carolina. We need to bring it. So I got a couple things I want to ask you to do over the next 18 days. First off, I need you to vote, North Carolina. I need you to vote for 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. You know, early voting started yesterday. So after we finish up here, if you don't have plans, I'd like you to go over to the Richard Harrison Gymnasium, 601 West Noble Street, and vote to re-elect President Donald Trump. And remember, Friends don't let friends vote alone. Bring a family member, bring a neighbor, bring a coworker, and vote to re-elect this president. Secondly, after you vote, I want you to go tell somebody what you heard here today. Okay? I want you to talk to people at work and at worship. I mean, get online. Post something on your Facebook page. Say, I was out at the farm. I ran into Mike. I even came out because I thought it was going to rain. I didn't care. And he got up there and talked for like 45 minutes, just giving the top lines of everything we've done and the choice that we face as a nation. You know, I got to tell you, 4 years ago, I never doubted. I never doubted that something very special was happening across the country, and I feel just the same way now. Because the truth of the matter is, 4 years ago, I had the sense that I have today. You know, the American people, in a very real sense, were starting to turn the sound down on all the pundits and the prognosticators on the television. We were just starting to talk to each other. I mean, people started to say, you know, we can have a president again that doesn't apologize for America, but stands up for America on the world stage. We can have an economy that works for everybody and opens the American dream to every American again. We can have a government that respects our values and our freedoms and our highest ideals. We were talking to each other. So that's what I need you to do. I need you to go out and leave here today. Have a real burden on your heart every day to talk to somebody. Because you're going to make the difference in 2020 just like you did in 2016. And finally, I'd encourage you to have faith. You know, I truly do believe in those ancient words. That where the Spirit of the Lord is, there's freedom. So that when we stand for freedom, when we stand with those who are fighting for freedom and defending freedom, we make His work on this earth our own. And that means freedom always wins. So have faith. You know, standing here on the farm, I can't help but think of how many times in that old book my wife and I try and open every morning and reflect on. How many times the Nazarene told us to consider the farmer. Consider the farmer who patiently waits for the land to yield its valuable crop. Waiting for the rain in the fall and the spring. Be patient to have courage. So I just want to encourage each and every one of you. As you vote with a friend, as you reach out and talk to your neighbors and friends every day over the next 18 days, continue to have courage and have faith that He who has seen this nation through much more challenging times than we could possibly imagine is still with us today. We must not grow weary in doing good. For in due season, we'll reap a harvest. Because God isn't done with America yet. So pray for America. Pray for all the American people. It'll make a difference. And I'm absolutely convinced if all of us do all that we need to do between now and Election Day, to vote, to spread the word, and to pray, we're going to see another great victory all across North Carolina and all across America. We're going to make North Carolina and America safer than ever before. We're going to make North Carolina and America more prosperous than ever before. And with Congressman David Rouser, Richard Hudson, Madison Cawthorn, and all their colleagues in a new Republican majority in the House of Representatives, with Senator Tom Tillis in a renewed Republican majority in the United States Senate, with President Donald Trump in the White House for 4 more years, and with God's help, We will make America great again. Again. Thank you very much. Thank you, North Carolina. God bless you and God bless America. Let's go get it done.
All right, folks, we got you covered here on News Now from Fox as we are less than 20 days away from the election. As Vice President Mike Pence wrapping up there in North Carolina, you saw our shot earlier. We did have, and we will have any moment, President Trump in Florida, and then he'll also have a Georgia rally as well. But we're going to take a short break right here on News Now from Fox. Some of you are in that break, and others, we do see a Joe Biden event starting up here in Michigan, so we're going to go to that right here on News Now from Fox.
Now, we all know this. This is the most important election in our lifetimes, and that's true for many reasons. But one of the most important, compelling reasons is the fact that health care of millions of people is on this ballot. And this is a personal issue. It's personal for so many families. It's personal for me. 18 years ago, I became a member of the sandwich generation. And that simply means I was sandwiched between two members of my own family for whom I was the primary caregiver. My mother at the end of her life and my daughter at the beginning of hers. While my mom battled brain cancer, I was on the phone fighting her insurance company who was wrongfully denying covering her chemotherapy. There are so many Americans that have a similar story, that have gone through this or are going through it right now. The brain cancer that killed my mom was the same kind that took VP Biden's son, Beau. That period of my life was devastating. It was hard, and it changed me. And that's precisely why I've worked across the aisle to deliver health care for Michiganders, to ensure that we expanded Medicaid, and now 800,000 people in this state have health care because I was able to work across the aisle. But it took working across the aisle to get it done. We had a Republican governor, and I was the Senate Democratic leader. And we left our partisan corners and found common ground because it was about the health of the people of this state. I know that Joe Biden has done and will continue to do the same as our next president. I know that Joe Biden shows up and has our back when we need him. He worked with President Obama. He worked to expand health care to millions of Americans. He was here during the auto industry rescue. Michigan supports Joe Biden because Joe Biden supports Michigan. Now, the Joe Biden we all know and love is the Joe Biden who rolls up his sleeves and works to get things done and works with anyone he needs to in order to deliver. He's made lifelong friends on both sides of the aisle because he's a good, decent human being who cares about Americans, all Americans. He's a fighter who will protect and expand health care, good-paying jobs, jobs that people can support a family on. And he will ensure that every American, no matter who they are or where they come from, has a fair shot. Joe Biden knows how to build bridges. He'll bring us together and make health care more available for more Americans. We know that President Trump isn't focused on finding common ground. He's been running a scorched earth agenda for years. And not only does he want to take away health care, but he's in court right now trying to dismantle the ACA that has been a lifeline for so many Americans. Instead of bringing the heat down, he ratchets it up with incendiary rhetoric. Instead of building bridges, he focuses on building walls. He always has been. And in this upcoming election, Our choice couldn't be more clear. While Joe Biden works to expand health care in the midst of a global pandemic that's killed more than 218,000 Americans, nearly 7,000 of whom are Michiganders, the Trump administration keeps working to fight to take that health care away. Instead of keeping people safe and delivering on federal relief, they deny science. They contradict their own guidelines. They mock people who wear masks. They've even endangered their own supporters. Not only is the Trump virus response threatening our lives and our economy, but the Trump administration continues on their quest that would deny coverage to people with pre-existing conditions, over 4 million of whom are Michiganders. And now COVID-19, that has ravaged our country, is a pre-existing condition too. Nearly 8 million Americans have been diagnosed with COVID-19. And if the Affordable Care Act is struck down, those who have been diagnosed are at risk of losing their coverage too. So the difference couldn't be more clear. And that's why I'm optimistic. Because with our historic leadership in the world right now, our phenomenal capacity for cutting-edge research, science, industry, innovation, and manufacturing, America could have and should have led with an informed and unified COVID response that would have saved lives, mitigated the economic fallout, and made us a global leader, the envy of the world. But the sad truth is the Trump administration never had a plan to protect Americans. They squandered our might and our capacity by making this public health crisis, a political football. It did not have to be this way. Tens of thousands of American deaths could have been avoided had the president treated COVID-19 like the crisis he knew it to be from the beginning. More than 60 million people have filed for unemployment in the United States. 218,000 deaths, lines of people at food pantries. Americans banned from traveling to other countries. And the COVID numbers keep going up. It is still getting worse. So to the Americans everywhere who've been devastated by this pandemic, there is good news. There's an incredibly decent man who is running for President of the United States, who is fighting for you and your family. To the moms who are at home, working, trying to get their kids logged onto Zoom, getting the laundry done, taking care of the family. Joe Biden works for you. To the small business owners who've spent a lifetime building something great and are hanging on by their fingernails, Joe Biden works for you. To the grandparents who haven't been able to see, much less hug their grandkids, Joe Biden works for you. And to the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've lost a loved one, Joe Biden's working for you too. Ask yourself this: which candidate can get COVID-19 crisis under control? Which man is going to get us back to work? Who could bring us together as a nation? You know, in most years in presidential elections, there are two decent choices. This year, there is one: Joe Biden. We must all vote like our lives and our livelihoods and the soul of our nation depends on it, because they do. And with that, I want to introduce you to my friend and our next president, Joe Biden.
Hello, Michigan. Hi, how are you? What's your name? Sam, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Alexia, thank you for taking the time, telling your story. It's important. Unfortunately, there are an awful lot of stories like yours all over America as I travel the country. Too many. Don't have to be. And folks, it's great to be back. It's great to be here. There's not a better governor in the United States of America than Gretchen Whitmer. That's a fact. I've met virtually all of them. And Gary, we badly need you back in the United States Senate, pal. We badly need you back in the United States Senate. And my sister, Debbie Stabenow. God love you, Debbie. We worked so closely together for so long, and as Vice President as well. Folks, look, we need to send Gary back for another term, standing up for Michigan families, small businesses. He was our main congressional partner back in 2010 when we passed the critical legislation supporting small businesses. I remember the President giving me the responsibility to go out and round up support. The person my go-to guy to get it done, I mean it sincerely, was Gary. He was the go-to guy. And he always shows up, and he always shows up for Michigan. And like all of you, Jill and I are so grateful that the governor and her family are safe. It's an unusual year. Governor, you've been through a lot, but my Lord, you are a leader. You stand up straight and tall, and you don't bend. Governor, it's not easy to lead in moments of crisis, but that's a determination of whether you have a real leader, where you stepped up to the crisis. And you've stepped up. You've done it, and you keep doing it. As I said a moment ago, you're pretty much doing it better than anybody else in the whole United States of America. You've shown this whole nation just how tough and thoughtful you are. Tough just like Michigan. I've got to believe this state has to be so proud of you. I know personally I am as I've gotten to know you. I'm proud to call you friend, Gov. We're grateful to the FBI and law enforcement to discover these domestic terrorists and stop them. And make no mistake, that's who they are. Domestic terrorists. Flat terrorists. Planning to blow up a bridge on American soil to threaten the lives of police officers, to kidnap an elected leader. And now we're finding out the same thing was happening in Virginia. You know, it's the sort of behavior you might expect from ISIS. And it shouldn't shock the conscience of every American. Every American. And the failure to condemn these folks is stunning from the outset. I remember, it matters. You've heard me say it before, words matter. And the words of a president particularly matter. When the president tweeted, "Liberate Michigan," liberate Michigan, that's the call that was heard. That was the dog whistle. Just like when he said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides in Charlottesville. Father, as they came out of the fields carrying torches, their veins just bulging, shouting anti-Semitic bile, carrying Nazi flags, accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. And when a young woman was killed protesting, the president was asked, what did he think? And he said something no president has ever heard. There were very fine people on both sides. Those words were heard just like when he stood on the debate stage with me and refused to denounce white supremacists, but told that right-wing extremist group to, quote, stand back and stand by. Stand back and stand by. An American president not only shocked us, but it stunned the world. Those words we heard You know the reason I decided to run for president, and I know that Debbie knows this. I hadn't planned on running ever again after my son died. But when I saw those folks coming out of those woods, I thought, how in God's name can we remain silent? And I said at the time, and was somewhat not criticized, but people didn't think it was, well, I don't know what it was. When I said, I think we're in a battle for the soul of America. I think we are. What I saw at Charlottesville and the President's response to it is why I went to Gettysburg Battlefield in Pennsylvania last week. Because I thought there was a need to stand up to hate in America and urge us, as Lincoln did, to come together as a nation. What I've learned, hate never goes away. It only hides. It never goes away. And if you give it oxygen, it comes out from under the rocks, it grows. We need to be clear, from the President on down in this country, there is no place for hate in America, period. None. It will not be tolerated. But President Trump revels in division and chaos. He'll do anything to distract us from focusing on his failures to deal with this virus and to protect the nation. He's still living in a dream world. He keeps telling us that this virus is going to disappear like a miracle. He said, I think last night in his town hall, I didn't have the pleasure of hearing it. I was doing one myself. He said, we have turned the corner. As my grandfather Finnegan might say, we were here, he said, he's gone around the bend. Turn the corner. My Lord. It's not disappearing. In fact, it's on the rise again. It's getting worse, as predicted. We all know the terrible price this nation has paid. Lives lost, unemployment way up. Across Michigan and the country, folks are worried about making their next rent payment or mortgage payment. Whether their health care will be ripped away in the middle of a pandemic that you work so damn hard, Gary, to keep. Worried about, and we talked about this with Lexi, kids in school. Are they able to get back to school? More than 215,000 Americans, I think it's 217 as of this morning, Americans have died from COVID-19. And experts have said, and have been saying for the last month and a half, that nearly another 200,000 lives are likely to be lost in the coming months between now and the first of the year, if we continue to refuse to follow science, because he refused to embrace wearing a mask. How many times on television do you see make fun of Biden wearing a mask? Because he refuses to practice social distancing. He puts his supporters in such jeopardy. It's estimated by his own folks, if we just wore masks nationally, almost 100,000 lives would be saved in the next few months. His own director of CDC said, well, we're waiting for a vaccine, even if we had a vaccine. This will prevent more deaths between now and the end of January than a vaccine would. You know what's really sad about all this? And I've been talking about this, but every time I repeat it, I get more, well, I'm not very happy. The President knew and lied about knowing. He knew in January. The intelligence community and their, what they call the PDB, the Presidential Daily Briefings, which I've sat in on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, as vice president. It got out that they laid out in detail to him how devastating this could be, how much life could be lost, and so on. He said he was unaware of it, didn't read those reports. Well, that surprised no one. He doesn't read the reports, but he didn't read the reports. And everybody said, well, maybe he didn't. But then, as was acknowledged, because of his ego, he wanted to impress a famous journalist. He thought he could change his mind about his view of him. He did a long interview with Bob Woodward. Bob Woodward, a renowned journalist, taped the interview with him. Extensive interviews, hours. And he taped an interview where Trump said he knew this disease was deadly, significantly worse than the flu. But that's not what he told you. That's not what he told the public. And the reason he lied again to the American people? Well, he said he didn't want to panic the American people. Americans don't panic. Donald Trump panicked. That's who panicked. As a consequence of his overwhelming lying, negligence, and irresponsible action, how many empty chairs were around the kitchen table this morning or the dining room table last night? How many? How many women or men leaned over when they got in bed last night and reached over to touch their husband and wife, and they weren't there? You all know what loss is. It's profound, especially when it was avoidable, much of it. But mishandling the pandemic isn't enough for Trump. On top of that, he's still trying to take away your health care. Trump's still determined in the midst of this pandemic. And by the way, if the projections, pray God they're not right, Father. If they're right, though, in the next several months, there'll be over 200,000 additional deaths. That'll be in 1 year, 400,000 Americans will have died. That's more than lost in all of World War II. Hear me? World War II was 4 years. More American souls will have been lost than in World War II. But what's he doing? He's still determined to destroy the Affordable Care Act. This isn't hyperbole. Just like your opponent calls it a disaster. Talk about a disaster. There's a disaster. The guy is 2,000% or 200%, whatever it is with Trump. Hope everybody remembers. Look, as I said, this isn't hyperbole. It's real as it gets. On November 10th, the United States Supreme Court will hear the Trump administration make the case that the Affordable Care Act should be struck down in its entirety. Now, I know everybody thinks they know, but I just want to remind you, 10 million of you have already lost your health insurance because your employer's health insurance, they've gone out of business. 10 million Americans already without health insurance. And if Trump gets his way, 20 million more Americans will lose their health care. It's a god-awful, in the midst of this god-awful economic crisis, 100 million Americans will lose their protections for pre-existing conditions, including more than 4 million people right here in Michigan. Lifetime limits and benefits, on benefits, will be back. Insurance, and by the way, you know, a lot of you have been through what I've been through and worse. But I can distinctly remember sitting on the bed with my beau, my son, who came back from, he's the Attorney General, came back from a year serving in Iraq, which this president talks about losers who serve. Losers. With the same significant disease that your mom had, stage 4 glioblastoma. When it was diagnosed, when he got home, we asked the docs. It was only a matter of months, not if. Just months. We never gave up hope. But I remember watching him on that bed. He made it almost 16 months. Toward the end, this is not about me, it's about all of you. And I consciously thought to myself, what would it feel like if they were able to walk in and say, Mr. Biden, you've outrun your insurance coverage. Suffer the last 2 or 3 months in pain on your own. Lots of luck. Because that's what was happening before. Insurers, if they win, and that's what this court packing going on now is about, insurers will no longer allow you to keep your kids on your policy till age 26 in the middle of this economic crisis. Women, once again, will be charged more for their health care just because they're a woman. Older folks will be able to be charged more. And as the governor said, long-term complications from COVID will become pre-existing conditions, joining asthma, diabetes, even pregnancy is a pre-existing condition before. It could allow insurers to jack up your premiums or deny coverage altogether. Getting rid of Obamacare is why they're racing to get this nominee through the Supreme Court. Make no mistake about it. Trump's made it clear from the beginning, as your opponent has. He wants to get rid of Obamacare in its entirety. And with this nominee, he's made that incredibly clear as well. Michigan deserves so much better. It deserves leaders like Gary and Debbie Stabenow. Public servants who lead with decency and honor. Always look out for your needs. Who think about how to ease the burden on your family. That's the sort of leader you got in Gretchen and Governor Whitmer as well. When she was in the state Senate, she led the charge to secure Obamacare Medicaid expansion for more than 800,000 Michiganders. Think about this now. Some of those states, Republican governors, did not expand, even though the federal government is paying for the front end. There's millions of people who have no coverage. After we passed Obamacare, with the help of Debbie and Gary, with Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters, we were able to reduce the uninsured rate by 55% here in Michigan. And if I have the honor of becoming your president, we'll build on the Affordable Care Act, no matter what they do. You can choose to keep a private plan if you still have one, because some of the private plans negotiated with the UFW and others are good plans. But we'll also offer you a Medicare-like public health insurance option. It'll force private insurers to keep premiums low and offer better coverage because it's for the first time they'll have to compete for your business against a public insurer that doesn't have the profit motive in mind. If you choose this public option or a private plan, we'll increase subsidies for your premiums so that they're lower. You can afford our plans with lower deductibles, lower out-of-pocket spending. An independent analysis found that my plan will slash the cost of prescription drugs by 60%. Not a liberal think tank. Serious folks looking at this. Here's the bottom line. My plan lowers health care costs and gets universal coverage quickly. at a time when Michigan families desperately are going to need that relief, and they need it now. Families are reeling right now. They need a lifeline now. And I promise you, when I'm president, I'll take care of your health coverage the same way I would my own family. I grew up like a lot of people in this state, in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Wilmington, Delaware, in a 3-bedroom, foot-level home with 4 kids and a grandpop living with us. I can remember how my dad, when we moved from Scranton with no work, we moved down to Delaware. We stayed with my grandpop for a year. He came home every weekend. Finally got a job. We got an apartment we lived in, and it ended up being Section 8 housing years later, but it was decent. We were happy. It took my dad about 3 years to get a job good enough that he could actually buy a home. When he bought that small home at the time, a suburban sprawl was going on. There were 70 homes like it, 3- and 4-bedroom homes. But the walls were thin. I look back and I wonder how my mom and dad did it, come to think of it. I remember one night my dad's being really restless. You could hear him restlessly roll in bed. The bedroom was next to it. And I asked my mom the next morning, "What's wrong with Dad?" He said, "Honey, it's complicated." I said, "What's the matter, Mom?" I was like 14 years old. So, well, his company had just lost his health insurance. We're going to be okay, honey. I go, all the people rolling around in bed tonight, tomorrow night, last night. Trump doesn't see things this way. Because he only sees the world from a Park Avenue perspective. I'm not being a wise guy, I'm being literal. He can only see from his penthouse, Wall Street. I see the world from where I grew up, like many of you. I grew up in Scranton, as I said. My mom taught me. My mom had a backbone like a ramrod. My mom taught me, she said, "Joey, look at me. Look at me." Because I used to study. She said, "Nobody's better than you, Joey. But everybody's your equal." That's how I was raised. I think you and I, we measure people, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, we measure people on the strength of their character, honesty, decency, recognizing that some things are bigger than just your self-interest. That's what America's about. That's who we are. It's about family, respect, decency, honor, opportunity. Our families and yours, we weren't asking for anything, just a shot, just an even shot. Given a shot, the American people have never, ever, 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 ever let their country down. That's what Michigan needs now. A shot to come back strong. That's what you needed 10 years ago in your automobile industry. The heart and soul of Michigan was on the brink. My state used to be an auto state. Small population, we had the highest percentage of auto workers of any state in the nation because we had less than 1 million people. The largest General Motors and Chrysler plants outside of Michigan. But you all remember like I do. You remember what it was like yesterday. When Barack and I decided we had to bet on Michigan. Remember all the blowback even from some Democrats. We can't compete. We bet on auto workers. We bet on the UAW. And they came through and it paid off. Trump's watch, we were in a nationwide manufacturing recession before COVID struck. And we're now down nearly 650,000 manufacturing jobs across the country now. And it's rising. In fact, Donald Trump will be the first president in modern American history to leave office, God willing, to leave office with fewer jobs than he had when he started in office. Last one was Herbert Hoover. For real. Folks, we can bring this economy back. I'm positive of it. I'm optimistic about it. We know how to go about doing an independent analysis on Wall Street. Moody's, a well-respected Wall Street firm, has done an in-depth analysis of every aspect of my plan, as well as his. You know what the conclusion was? This is Moody's now. That my plan will create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his would, and $1 trillion more in economic growth than the President's plan. By investing in people. And by the way, you see these ads here in Michigan. Biden's going to raise your taxes. Once again, flat, unadulterated lie. No one who makes less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more. If you make more than that, you're going to start paying at the rate you paid under the administration of George W. Bush, at 39.6%. But I'm going to ask big corporations and the very wealthy to pay their fair share for a change. Trump's more than $2 trillion tax cut, I'm going to roll back $1.5 trillion of that in the giveaways of the biggest company in the top 1%. And the money we raise will invest in working people, growing the middle class. And this time make sure we bring everybody along. Black, white, Hispanic, disabled, everyone comes along. An outside economist said my plan will create millions of good-paying union jobs in manufacturing. We're going to invest in building more resilient infrastructure. Remember, the President said, I have an infrastructure plan in 2017, and then 2018, and then 2019, now 2020. He doesn't have any plan. I'm going to build a resilient infrastructure, creating good-paying jobs, building roads and bridges and ports. 1 million new jobs in affordable housing units. Excuse me, 1 million new affordable housing units. High-speed broadband for every household. $100 billion to rebuild our crumbling schools. One of the reasons we can't send our kids back to schools, a lot of them aren't even safe now. We're going to retrofit, as we started in our administration when the President allowed me to run the Recovery Act. We're going to retrofit 4 million buildings and weatherize 2 million homes. That alone will save hundreds of thousands and millions of barrels of oil. And it's all going to be done by certified union labor. We're going to end Trump's incentive. He actually priced he talks about his trade deals. As Gary and Debbie know, in his trade deals, he incentivized people to send jobs abroad. Abroad. More taking their jobs overseas. One thing more. The United States government owns and maintains an enormous fleet of vehicles. And I promise you, the President controls that. I'm going to convert those government fleets into clean vehicles made of and sourced right here in the United States of America. I'm going to expand the capacity so the United States, not China, leads the world in clean vehicle production. We're going to make it easy for American consumers to switch from fuel-efficient, inefficient vehicles. We're going to build a network of 500,000 charging stations all across the country. Offer consumer rebates to swap older, inefficient, fuel-inefficient vehicles for new, clean, American-made models. And together, this will mean, according to the estimates, more than 1 million good new jobs in the American automobile industry, because we will own the electric vehicle market in the world. Folks, I guarantee you we can do this, but we have to come together. I remember you and I talking, Gov, when I was running for the nomination and my saying we had to unite the country. You're the only one that thought I was right, I think. We said, it used to be the old days. Yeah, Joe, you got a lot done. You used to walk across the aisle, get a lot done, but everything's changed. Well, folks, if we can't unite the country, we're in trouble. America and our system runs on consensus. Compromise is not a dirty word. I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to govern as an American president. I'll work as hard for those who don't support me as those who do. I do not see America in terms of red and blue. Bringing the country together, that's the job of a president. It's a duty to care for everybody. We can be so much better than what we see. We can be what we are at our best when we're the United States of America. But folks, you have to vote. And people are turning out here in this state in overwhelming numbers around the country. If you have any doubt, go visit iwillvote.com/M-I. Early voting is happening now in every city and township clerk's office in the state. You can register and vote in one quick stop. If you have your ballot already, mail it or drop it in a drop box today. Don't wait. Vote. And don't just vote for me and Senator Harris and Gary as well. Vote all the way down the line. We're going to need Gary back in the United States Senate, looking out for Michigan families, because we're going to win back the United States Senate. And when we do, we're going to change things. Folks, it's time, I really mean this, to restore the soul of America, to rebuild the backbone of this country, the middle class. This time is to bring everybody along. Debbie may remember my colleagues in the caucus used to kid me, because I'd quote President Kennedy when he was about going to the moon in his famous speech. Everybody remembers different parts of it. The line I remember more than anything else, he answered the question that was implicitly being asked. Why are you doing this? And he said, because we refuse to postpone. I refuse to postpone the work America must do now to bring this country back. There's nothing beyond our capacity. There's no limit to American future. The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself. No other country can do that. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. We have to let them know who we are, what we stand for. We choose hope over fear, unity over division, science over fiction, and yes, truth over lies. So folks, thank you, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That was Joe Biden. They're wrapping up in Michigan. Some of you are going to go to a quick 2-minute break right here. News Now from Fox will continue. For those of you that are still with us here, we are now going live. President Trump rally.
And early voting starts on Monday. We're going to have a red wave, it's called, the red wave. So get out and vote. No, they're calling it a red, these people, look at all those cameras. These people, they're calling it a red wave. They expect there may be, forget about the word may. They said there may be a big red wave. We will have a red wave, the likes of which they've never seen before, and that includes 4 years ago. Joe Biden he's a disaster, let's face it. But did you see last night? Did you see the easy questions? Now, did you watch that whole deal? Did you see him a week ago with Lester Holt on NBC? Like, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Can we help you with the answer, Joe? It's a disgrace. And you saw what I got last night, right? But it's okay. She's like disappeared. Nobody can find her. She's not too popular right now. But we enjoyed it, you know. We enjoyed it. You know, we don't say, give us the questions, give us the answers. We wanted this. We don't want to read it off teleprompters. We don't want to do that. And we know what we got, and people really expect it. And by the way, if you can't handle Savannah, you cannot handle Putin and President Xi and Kim Jong-un. That's small potatoes last night. That's small potatoes. But it does seem unfair when you have a guy that's constantly getting questions like you're talking to a child, right? Like you're talking to a child. They say, what's this? And then you get like, boom, boom, what about this? What about that? What about this? Now, but that's why we're here, right? You know the expression? You know the expression? They come after us from every angle. They're after us. And we're here, and they're not. So it's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. And we appreciate this great support, but Biden is the living embodiment of the corrupt political class and you take a look what he's done. It's a political class that enriched itself while draining the economic life and soul from our country. Look at what's happened. And now you see it. And you see it better than ever before. And with all of the things that you know took place, not one question was asked of this guy last night about that. Can you even believe it? It's the biggest story worldwide. It's a corrupt family. And these people didn't ask him one single question about it. It's incredible. No, it's true. Yeah, lock it. It's true. I like this guy. Look at this. Will you stand up, please? Look at this guy. That's pretty good, huh? That's pretty good. Thank you, man. That's cool. That's great. Thank you. That's cool. For the last 47 years, Joe Biden has shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your borders, and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless foreign wars in countries that you've never even heard of. And they're all coming back. You know that. They're all coming back. Except in certain areas, if you don't mind, where we kept the oil. We left some of our great soldiers. We kept the oil. We should have kept the oil in plenty of places when we went over there. We should have never been there. But if we're going to be there, remember I used to say for years, keep the oil. We didn't do that. He's a servant of the wealthy donors and globalists and special interests who got rich bleeding our country dry. They sold you out, and I know this area very well, and you got sold out big. This whole state got sold out. Every state did. They sold you out on trade, on borders, on jobs, on crime. One act of treachery after another. In 2016, Florida voted to fire this corrupt and look, this is the most corrupt group of people, okay? I've gotten, and you know, when I say drain the swamp, I used to think it was like a swamp this thick. It's like real thick. It's very thick. So Florida voted to fire the corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president, and we finally put America first. Right? About time. It's only been about 30 years. This week we learned from newly released emails that Joe Biden has been blatantly lying about his involvement in his son's corrupt business dealings. The highest level. Yesterday, a news story showed that Hunter made a deal with a wealthy Chinese business magnate for $10 million a year for introductions alone. He just wanted $10 million, introductions. He's going to introduce. This is a guy that got thrown out of the military, had no job. As soon as his father became vice president, he became a vacuum cleaner for the family. Okay? Hunter also referred to another more lasting and lucrative arrangement, as he called it, with the same Chinese businessman that would be so much more interesting to me and my family, his father, okay? His father. These deals were made after Biden spent his entire career letting China steal our jobs and raid our factories. And let me tell you something, if he ever won, China will own the United States, okay? They will own it. What's happening to China now, nobody's ever seen that. Nobody ever thought it was possible. We've done so much better than them until they sent us the plague. And now we're coming back from the plague. We could have lost 2.2 million people and more. And we lost much. We lost over 200,000 people. We shouldn't have lost a person. What they did to us, we will never forget. Just remember that. We will never forget. But this is all a matter of national security. The Bidens got rich while America got robbed. And you know, I say it, and I sort of said it very timidly initially, and now you see this, they got the guy's laptop. They've got thousands of things. I mean, they're going through it. And I give great credit to the New York Post, for what they did. The New York Post. I don't know how many of you read the New York Post, but it's the oldest paper in the United States. I think it's like the 5th largest paper. It really is. You know, you talk about mainstream media. They went out and they did what these people should have been doing. These people do nothing. But I said it very timidly, and now I say it. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician, and he has been for a long time. And the Biden family is a criminal enterprise, and you know it, and so do I. In fact, they sort of make crooked Hillary Clinton look like amateur hour. You think about it. Yet all of this is being covered up by the media and big tech. You saw that? You see that? You put a story out from the New York Post, and they shut down a site. How about Kayleigh? Her site got shut down because she put out a story from the New York Post. This is what's going on. So they talk about freedom of speech and freedom of the press. There's no freedom of the press. But watch what we do. But the biggest thing we can do, November 3rd. That's the biggest thing we can do. Because I'm not just running against Biden. We're not just running against Joe Biden. We're running against the left-wing media, and we're running against big tech. And they all said, and I've heard this, and I kept hearing about the power of big tech, the power. And they were against us, as you know, 4 years ago. But I won. I said, how can they be powerful? I won. I never did this before, and I won. How the hell are they powerful? But now they've gone totally crazy. They've done things now that they wouldn't even do, and they got caught. And there's great anger in Congress, in the Senate. There's great anger because what they're doing is really bad. You know, we gave them Section 230. It's protection. It protects them from everything. It shields them. So once you do that, the government is giving them something that no other industry has. So they no longer can say, oh, freedom of speech. It's not freedom of speech. They've been given protection, and they've abused that protection. And a lot of people are looking now at big bad tech. But I did say it. I said, so they're so powerful, how did we win? Well, we won for a lot of reasons. By the way, was that the greatest evening? Was that the greatest? But we're going to have an even bigger evening and an even better evening on November 3rd. Despite the fact that they're trying to get forever to count the ballots, you know, the ballots, right? The fake ballots. They're doing everything in their power to protect their chosen candidate, Sleepy Joe, and he is a sleepy guy. I watched last night. Did anybody watch last night? You watched both of them, right? Yeah, but I just want to see, like, how's he doing? Not well. And remember this, they have nothing but to stand. And he's just a vehicle. Let's not kid ourselves. Joe is shot, okay? He's shot. He is a vehicle, and he's got his vice president, who is further left than Crazy Bernie, okay? Kamala. Nobody treated Joe Biden worse than Kamala during the debates, right? Now, she got beat up by other people. She got beat up badly. So badly that her polls dropped, and she went out very angry. And then he picked her. I said, this could be a very good thing. And then Mike Pence did a great job the other night, didn't he? Right? Did a great job. Hey, man. So I have nothing but disdain for what these people have done, and they have nothing but disdain for your values, and you know that. They flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, crime, while living behind gated compounds. They oppose school choice while sending their families to the best private schools. They demonize the police while hiring private security. By the way, take a look at the way Joe Biden lives. You know, he's been in Congress, I guess, for almost 50 years. I say 47, but the 47 is getting a little old now, right? Almost 50 years, and he's got houses, and he lives beautifully. You know, it's okay if you work and you get out it beautiful, but this guy's been a politician. A little strange, isn't it, huh? A little strange. They say he lives very well. They attack the Second Amendment while employing armed guards. They come against you with the guns. They want to take your guns away. You know, if I'm not here, I'm the only thing standing between you and your Second Amendment. That I can tell you. They support crippling lockdowns while their jobs remain totally exempt from being locked down. How about your governor in Michigan? She has that place locked down. We just won the court case, though. No, the courts just ruled it unconstitutional what she's doing. The only one that was allowed to enjoy himself happened to be her husband, right? He was going to go boating and have a good time while everyone else was locked down. Somebody caught him. Who the hell caught him? That was a great thing, right? You know? And then we caught some people doing whatever. We'll find out what that was all about. And then she said it was my fault. It was my people that caught them. It was Trump's fault. It's always Trump's fault. Can it ever be like Rick Gates' fault? I mean, it's always Trump's fault, Rick. By the way, how did the governor do? Did he get up and make a great speech? Good governor. Good guy, too, right over here. A lot of good people here. It's time we send a message to these shameless, wealthy, liberal hypocrites in Washington, D.C., and Silicon Valley. Do you see that Silicon Valley and these guys are 99% behind the Democrats, okay? What's that all about? What's that all about? They're 99, not even 90. I'd like to say 90, right? 99. Well, one of the reasons I don't call them, and I don't need their money, and I don't want their money. You know, that helps. It really helps. Let me tell you, if I called them and say, do me a favor, send money, every one of them would send money. I don't like making those calls. Because when you make those calls, it's hard to say no. Just on a human basis, it's very hard to say no. They call and they ask for a little thing like how to make an extra $5 billion. I don't make those calls. You know, you read where they have a lot of money flowing in. That's because everyone's calling everybody. We're going to win, and when we win, this is this, and this is... That's why they raise money. I could raise much more money. President, every call I make, every single guy, even if they hated me, they'd all contribute. But, Rick, you understand it. I don't want to make those calls. I don't want to make those calls, right? Huh? Yeah, I know. Where is Rick? He's here. Where is Rick? Where is Rick? Oh, you're there. Good. So I just want to thank everybody, and we do have some special people. Matt, stand up. Come here. I want to just tell something. This guy, Matt Gaetz. So Matt's been another one of our stars. We're going to introduce some of our congressmen and women later, but he's done some special job. How are we doing in Florida, Matt? Huh? Good? So, you know, the polls came out today, and they're very good. They don't report them. They don't report them. They do report them if they were bad, but we're not going to have any bad. We're going to have a big day. Make sure you work very hard, Matt, and I'll see you in a second. On Election Day, you can send a message that the fake news media and the big tech censors, because that's what they are, the big censors, we're going to send them back. We're going to clean out the Washington swamp. I never knew it was this deep, but we're cleaning out the Washington swamp. We're going to show them the American people are in charge by delivering Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, a thundering defeat like they haven't seen before. Like they haven't seen before. If I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. Sorry. And if I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than anyone has ever fought before. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And, you know, I used to say it all the time. I'd say, well, this is important, but the last. And I'm sort of like debating which is more important. Which is more important? Rick Grinnell, tell me which is more important, Rick? Rick Grinnell, by the way, has done a great job. You know who he is? Do you know him? What a great job he's done. He's coming with us, I'll tell you that. But nobody's done the job that we've done. Nobody's done the job that we've done, and we've done it with all that opposition. Biden has made a corrupt bargain exchange for his party's nomination, and he shouldn't have the nomination. I said this before. Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, should have gracefully, she was defeated. She shouldn't have stayed Super Tuesday. If she didn't stay, if she would have left, she didn't even have to endorse anybody. If she would have left, Crazy Bernie, 100% would have gotten, because he would have gotten most of her votes. He only needed a few. It was really amazing. And he would have had, this guy is the greatest loser of all time. There's no better loser. He's so nice about it. It happened to him twice now, right? So she stayed. Biden got it. So we have a little bigger base, but he's got a base with zero enthusiasm. Zero. The only enthusiasm they have is to beat us. And you know what? That's called negative enthusiasm. Typically, it never wins. We'll find out. It better not win, okay? It better not win, Matt. Biden has handed control to the socialists, Marxists, and far-left lunatics. If he wins, the radical left will be running this country, and they're addicted to power, and God help us if they ever get it, because we will never have the same country again. We never will. We never will. You know, I used to talk about Venezuela. Boy, that is an amazing amount of people back there. That's an amazing amount of people. Turn the camera. Can you show the group of people? That is unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Thank you. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. I wish we had the cameras pushed back further. I wish the cameras were in the back. Thank you. Thank you very much. Why don't you drive them crazy? Just say 12 more years, right? 12. They want to punish the middle class, expand every last trace of traditional values, and replace the American dream with the socialist nightmare. And that's what it's going to be. You take a look at what's happened with some of these countries, and look at Venezuela. 18 years ago, 17 years ago, it was one of the richest countries, incredible, tremendous wealth, tremendous natural resources. Now they don't have water, they don't have food, they don't have medicine. We get them whatever we can, but we're working hard. Watch what happens with Venezuela. Watch what happens with Cuba. Watch what happens with plenty of places that are in trouble, because we have to do that. We have to take care of people. But look at what's happened to Venezuela. And don't kid yourself. I used to say, well, that could never happen. When you look at the ideology that we're talking about now, it's the exact same ideology. It's the exact same ideology, but it's never going to happen to us because we're going to have a big, big victory over the next 18 days. They want to turn America into a communist country or a socialist country. You know, it didn't used to be I'd use the word communist, but now we talk about our country will never be a socialist nation. And now we have to say a socialist or a communist nation because that's the next step. We're not going to let it happen and ruin the lives of Hispanic Americans and all Americans. We're not letting it happen. We're going to have a big victory. And that'll be the end of it. Because you know what? One more defeat and they're going to accept it. You know, I talk about unity. Somebody asked me a question recently about unity. When do you think the country will come together? It was coming together. I was getting calls from politicians that nobody would have thought on the other side. And they were saying, I think it's time. I think it's time. We had the greatest employment numbers in history. We're up to 160 million people. We had the greatest numbers, Hispanic American, African American, Asian American, women. We had the greatest numbers. Young people with a diploma from high school, without a high school diploma, with a PhD from MIT. Every single group was having the best numbers. We had the greatest economic recovery. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world, and then we got hit by the plague from China. But I'll tell you, and then we saved millions of lives, and we're rebuilding at a level that nobody can even believe. But we were coming together. And I told the person, I said, the thing that's going to bring our country together is success. And it was happening. And until that artificial, horrible situation came in, it was happening. It was happening like never before. And had that not happened, you would have seen great unity. And by the way, the last administration had no unity. Look at St. Louis. Look at Henderson. Look at Ferguson. Look at all of the different. Look at Oakland. Look at Baltimore. Look at the things that were happening. People forget. It was a mess. It was a total mess. And then you look at H1N1 that Biden always calls N1H1. I said, no, Joe. Don't do it, Joe. He can't do it. He can't do it. Did you see last night he had to take out the piece of paper, $200 billion. It's not that big a deal to 200. Let's see. I'm not allowed to take out paper. Right? Am I allowed to take out and start reading them to you? Pretty amazing, huh? Pretty amazing. He rips out that paper. You know why he does that? Because it's not working quite too well. Joe Biden and the Democrat socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, dissolve your borders. By the way, our border now is the strongest it's ever been, 400 miles of wall. And Mexico is paying for the wall, by the way. They like to say Mexico's, you know, we get the wall. We're up to almost 400 million. It's almost complete. It'll be complete very soon. And really, that's why we have such good numbers now, the wall. You know, they used to say, we don't want a wall, we want drones. Oh, that's great. You can watch people pour into our country. Right? But we got the wall done. And I'll tell you, and Matt and these guys, they really helped a lot. They were warriors. They helped a lot. That was not easy. That was not easy. And Ron, that's right, we forgot. Ron was a congressman. You know, he came to me and said, sir, I'd like to run for governor. I said, well, I could, you know, understand that, but you got a long way to go. I said, no, I'd like your endorsement if we have your endorsement. I said, look, Ron, let's think about it. Anyway, you know, he's a great guy. Harvard, Yale, smart. I said, all right, Ron, I'm going to endorse you. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? Boom, I pressed it. He went from 3 to 71 in one day. And then he had an impossible person to beat. You know this guy? How's he doing, by the way? How's his opponent doing? He was going to be the future of the Democrat Party, his opponent. I don't think he's doing too well, right? No, not doing too well. Watch, they'll resurrect him. The fake news will say, it's incredible what's happened. He's wonderful. Nah, if he were a Republican, they wouldn't be doing it, but that's okay. But Ron's been a great governor. It was an honor to be with him and endorse him. He's done a fantastic job. The only one better is his great first lady. I like her even better than Ron. But they'll release criminal aliens, raise your taxes, confiscate your guns 100%, destroy your suburbs. They talk about suburban women. Do they like Donald Trump? Yeah, they like Donald Trump. You know why? Because they want safety and security, right? They want safety and security. And they don't want low-income housing built next to their beautiful suburban dream. No, we got rid of it. You know, they had a regulation, all the women standing up over there, they had a regulation that would have destroyed our suburbs. It would have destroyed our American dream. And they came to me, Ben Carson, a lot of good people. They said, sir, it's very tough to terminate it, but why don't we just amend it? I said, I don't want to amend it. What does amend it mean? Make it a little bit better for us, or a little bit? I said, I don't want it amended. I want that regulation terminated. And they terminated the regulation, and nobody can believe it. And they want to drive God from the public square. To defend our Constitution from this madness, I proudly nominated Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court. No, don't worry, we'll fill that seat. She's done fantastically well. People can't even believe it. What a breath of fresh air, right? Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? She's fantastic. You know what got me? Her professor, one of her professors, longtime professor, very highly respected all over the legal world, had many, many, many years of students. He said, the single greatest student he's ever had was Amy. And that was pretty good. You know, that meant something to me, right? That meant something to me. It is nice. You know, you're not allowed to discriminate, but I do like smart people on the Supreme Court. Right? Now, Biden wants many people on the Supreme Court. He doesn't want to say, he said, I'll tell you after the election. What they want to do to the court will be a disaster. And by the way, you know, I put out a list of people. It's probably one of the reasons I got elected, but now we increased it by 20 great people that believe in a thing called the Constitution of the United States. But I put out a list so that when we choose, I said I will only take somebody from that list. And they're incredible scholars and great at what they do. I said, Biden has to do that. Not just about packing. Is he going to pack? Got to know, who is he going to appoint? Because, you know, the AOCs of the world, AOC plus 3, the AOCs of the world, Omar, I think we're going to win. You know what? I think we're going to win Minnesota because of Omar. Think of it. She hates our country. She hates our country. She comes from a place that doesn't even have a government. And then she comes here, she tells us how to run our country, and she hates our country. And we're going to win Minnesota. First time since 1972. Can you imagine? Hasn't been won by a Republican, but we're doing very well there. Thank you very much, Omar. Ilhan Omar. Thank you very much. She's a wonderful person. She's a wonderful person. Now, we got people, it's not even thinkable. You know, it used to be that Congress, they loved Israel. Today, it's almost like the opposite. It's crazy. What they've done to Israel is incredible. Not the Senate, in all fairness, but if you look at the House with Pelosi and these people, it's like they hate Israel. And they believe in Omar, who came in here, married her brother or something, and came in illegally. Come on, Justice. Let's go, Justice. Department of Justice. Democrats will pack the court with radical left judges who will shred our Second Amendment, empower violent mobs, and protect terrorists and criminals. You know that. Biden's agenda would be a catastrophe for Florida seniors. Do we have any seniors in the room? No, I'm not a senior. Okay. I'm not a senior. Yes, I am. Especially for everyone from, I love the place, the Villages. I love the Villages. I love the Villages. They fight for us. I read stories every day. They're out there. They're driving those beautiful golf carts, the nicest golf carts ever made. They got golf carts that are better than your car. We love the villages, and we're with them all the way, too. They've got spirit. They've got heart. For years, Biden tried to cut your Social Security. You know that, and your Medicare. Now Biden's pledging mass amnesty and free health care for illegal. Look, he's got the illegal immigrants coming in, and we all have heart, and we all want to take care of everybody. But when you say you can have free health care, you can have free education, you can have free... Millions of people are going to flood our country. We're not going to have a country left. So you just can't do it. All it is a magnet. Please come in. So we're sorry, but we will decimate Medicare and destroy your Social Security and destroy your country. While I'm president, no one will touch your Medicare or your Social Security. To reduce the price of prescription drugs, as you probably have heard, and it's not pleasant for me, I have taken on a thing called Big Pharma. They have unlimited money and, in a sense, unlimited power. They're the biggest lobbyist in the world. They spend more money than anybody else, I think, by far. Perhaps the lawyers spend more money. But Big Pharma, I signed the most favored nations rule, which nobody can believe. Because, you know, last year, we're the only administration in 51 years that brought down the cost of prescription drugs. Do you know that? But not much. 1%. I'm not proud of that. 1%, but at least it's something. But the big deal is other countries are paying a tiny fraction of what we pay for the same exact drug. The same pill, 10 cents versus $2.50. And we pay by far more than anybody, and it's us, because they view us as suckers. So I said to Big Pharma, you're going to either do these things and get rid of the middlemen and all of the things that we do. You know, I'll bet you Hunter Biden is a middleman. You know that? I'm just... Right? I'm just thinking. Now, I don't know. You know, the middleman with drugs, the middleman, it's called the middleman. They never say the middleman or woman. They're not politically correct. They don't care. They make so much money. These are the richest people. I don't even know who the hell they are. I'll bet you that Hunter Biden has a piece of that action. The middleman. We're getting rid of the middleman. We're giving the governors the right, and your governor wanted it, first one, to go to Canada, where the same exact drug costs 50%. They're going to buy in Florida until the favored nations kicks in, which will be even better. They're going to buy prescription drugs from Canada at 50% off, and you're going to get the benefit. Think of that. Because we have a long-time system that's corrupt, like so many other things, and hard to break, so we're breaking it by letting them go and buy. And we have various states, but Florida is going to be one of them. You're going to go, you're going to buy them for much less. But ultimately, that'll stop, because the greatest is favored nation. So you will have, and you will be paying, the lowest price. We're going to match the lowest price anywhere in the world. You're the biggest buyer, and that's what it's going to be. Plus, we capped insulin costs for Medicare plans at less than $35 a month. It was much, much higher, many times higher. My people did a great job in that. You know, insulin was driving people out of business, and people were dying because they couldn't afford it. They couldn't do it. And every senior on Medicare will soon be receiving $200 to help with the cost of your medicines. And we got that approved, too. We got a lot approved. Nobody has done what I've done for seniors, that I can tell you. We have a lot of great plans, too. Biden had 47 years to do what I did, but he's owned by the special interest, and he's owned by the drug companies. He's never going to do this stuff. He can't do it. I don't need their money. I don't want their money. I never asked for their money. Who the hell knows? Maybe they gave me something along the line. Sir, you received $400 from Pfizer 7 years ago. But you know what? I couldn't care less. I'm here to do a job. Then I'm going to leave, and I'm going to hopefully you're going to say I was a great president, but that's going to be in 4 years. That'll be in 4 years. Thank you. Thank you very much. Under my leadership, we're delivering a safe vaccine and a rapid recovery. We're doing things with FDA. They're giving us approvals in weeks as opposed to years. It's been incredible. If you vote for me, prosperity will surge, normal life. That's all we want. We want normal life, right? Normal. We don't want anything. We want to be where we were 7 months ago. And next year will be one of the best and greatest years in the history of our country. That's what's happening economically, and that's going to lead to other things. This election is a choice between a Trump recovery and a Biden depression. He gets in, they're going to quadruple your taxes, they're going to take away all of the benefits that I gave you, which turned out to be a lot. You add energy and it's probably $7,000 or $8,000. Think of that, $7,000 or $8,000 a year. Did you ever see yourself with like $2 gasoline? Did you ever see that? Did you ever see that happening? How about less than $2? And at the same time, we are now energy independent, and we have millions and millions of people working on energy. Millions of people. Millions of people. No, we're very proud of it. We are independent. We don't have to be in the Middle East. We don't have to be. We're there to protect Israel. We're there to help others. But we don't need it anymore. We used to need it. We don't need it anymore because of what we've done. And by the way, the fracking, this guy, he goes around talking about fracking all the time. I mean, think about it. There will be, under no circumstances, there will be no fracking. Then he gets it. He goes to Pennsylvania, and I love Pennsylvania. And he says, oh, wow, they have a lot of jobs here, about 1 million jobs fracking, right? He goes, I got a problem. So he goes, all right, who the hell cares? I've been saying this for 1.5 years, no fracking. Now he gets up, yeah, we'll let you frack, absolutely. We never said that. And the fake news doesn't ever even ask the question. No, I mean, they don't even ask the question. It is true. They don't even ask the question. I mean, this guy goes through a thing last night with Stephanopoulos. I like George, but he did me 2 weeks ago. He did an interview with me, and it was nasty, right? It was nasty. Last night, it was like a sleeper. Everyone's falling asleep. Why don't they ask him the fact that why for 1.5 years did he say there's no fracking? And then the day he gets the nomination, he goes into Pennsylvania. He knows nothing about Pennsylvania, by the way. He likes to say, I was born in Pennsylvania. That's it. And then they left. Maybe they didn't like it. They didn't like it. I love you, too. Look at her. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very nice. Thank you. But why don't they ask him that? Like, for 1.5 years, there will be no fracking. How about this? I said, oh, the election's over. They said, a lot of these people on the stage, the Democrats, they said, who is going to pay for illegal immigrants' health care? Who agrees to pay? And they all raised their hand. You saw that, right? I said, that's beautiful, but Joe's hand hasn't, but I saw his shoulder. It was moving. Right? Right? Because he knew, his mind isn't so good, so he knows there's something bad going on. He's been doing this for 47 years, so he says, like, I got a problem. I have no idea what the question means, but they're all raising. So he's like this, and then finally he goes this, and I said, I just won the election. That's great. But then they deny it. Then they go and they deny. I've never seen anything, whether it's that or the fracking or other things, they just deny it like it didn't exist. And they get a free pass from our corrupt media. It's a corrupt media. I used to say fake. I used to think that was one of the greatest things that came up. Fake news, right? That was me. But I said, but now I have to go a step further. It's fake and it's corrupt. And a lot of times I leave the fake off because, corrupt is a stage worse. And I'll tell you, and this is true, it's the single, which just about, it causes the problems. It's the enemy of the people. Our media is the enemy of the people. It's very, very dangerous what they do. And you've never seen it more than the last week between the big tech, and they're working on Section 230. You watch what's going to happen. But you've never seen a more egregious case than what's been happening over the last 3 or 4 years. I will deliver optimism, opportunity, and hope. Speaking of hope, Hope Hicks is here. Where's Hope Hicks? Where's Hope Hicks? The great Hope Hicks. She was tested positive, but she's okay. Where's Hope? We want hope, right? We want hope. I used to say, we want hope. And all these crazy people said, yeah, we want it. Where's Hope? Where's Hope? Come here. Come here. Come here, Hope. She's shy, but not that shy. Come on, Hope. Hey. Hope. We want hope. See?
Thank you all so much, and thank you, President Trump. I have stage fright, so.
Ah, she's great. So she tested positive, and she got better so fast. It was like, that's called being young, strong, right? Young and strong, but she's been fantastic. Thank you, Hope. We're proud of you, Hope. So Biden will deliver pessimism, poverty, and decline, and that's what he's going to do. Look, you know what drives me when I see, he's always criticized, saying, oh, I didn't act fast enough with China, but for 2 months after I did it, he said, I was what, xenophobic. I said, what does that mean? I was xenophobic. What does it mean, Joe? Tell me exactly, please. Give me a definition. He said, I don't know. That's what they told me to say. But, you know, 2 months later, he's saying, I shouldn't have done it, right? But now his whole line is, I didn't act fast enough. I did it in January. He's talking about it in February and beyond, late February, beyond, that I shouldn't have done it. Then I did Europe, too, very early. I saw big infections in Spain and Italy. You know, I did Europe. Nobody even talks about it. So we did with over 200,000 people. But remember this, we were expected to lose 2.2 million people and maybe more than that. And our people, whether it's Vice President Pence or all of these people that work so hard on the task force, they've done an incredible job. They've done an incredible job. And when you look at our numbers and when you look at the surge that's taking place right now, and we're going down and Europe is going way up, they used to love to compare us, but we compared very favorably. But now we're making ventilators for Europe and the rest of the world. We're doing things that nobody thought was even possible. So I just want to thank all of the people that work so hard on that. That's been an amazing, amazing experience. But a guy like Sleepy Joe Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, and annihilate Florida's incredible economy. Your economy is starting to boom with a draconian, unscientific lockdown. And you know what happens with the lockdowns, right? You know what happened to people when they're in the lockdowns. Biden's plan will crush America. My plan will crush the virus, and America will be in a position very soon like it was never in before. That's what's happening. This week, even the failing New York Times had no choice but to quote, and they put a statement, probably the writer of the article has been fired since, it's been 3 days. But they said, experts are, this is quote, experts are saying with genuine confidence, New York Times, that the pandemic in the United States will be over far sooner than anybody expected. Isn't that nice? That's the New York Times. Can't believe it. I heard that. I said, give it to me again. Let me hear that again, because I don't believe it. Our early and aggressive action saved as many as 2 million, but maybe much more, as we said, maybe much more than that. We pioneered life-saving therapies. Well, here I am. I mean, you know. Here I am. I don't know what the hell they gave me, but I'll take some more of it right now, because I felt... No, I had something Regeneron, great. They're really, you know, the antibody things. And Eli Lilly also makes something very similar, and we're having a lot of it produced right now, and we're going to be delivering it, and it's going to be something. But, you know, our fatality rate, 85%, think of it. We have it reduced 80 to 85%, all the way down. So this is what we've done is incredible. We understand what's going on. We understand that 99.9 for young people. Like Barron gets I said, how you feeling? Not good. How you feeling 2 hours later? I'm feeling great, Dad. It's, you know. Whether we like it or not, they have a little better immune system than we do, right? You know, we don't like to admit it. Let's never admit it, but that's the way it is. You know, Barron's great. Our First Lady is great. People love our First Lady. They love our First Lady. Man, the abuse that she takes, she is a fantastic woman. She loves you. She says love. But they love our First Lady. They love her. And they love our family. How about Ivanka? Do we love Ivanka? Right? And Don and Eric and Tiffany, they all... And they gave up a lot. You know, you don't read that. I lost hundreds of millions, billions of dollars through this. You know, this cost me billions, right? I don't take the salary. It's $450,000. I don't do this. But if an Arab gentleman happens to stay one night in one of my hotels for $642.13, headlines, Trump is ripping off the sun. These people are bad. Billions of dollars I lost by doing this. And you know what? It's the greatest investment I ever made because it's an investment in our country. It's an investment in our country. Thank you. The greatest thing I've ever done. And we are doing things that nobody else would have been able to do. And I'm only doing it because of you. And you know, when you think we're doing it together, but we are the difference between having a great country, and our country is going to be at a level in 2 years, 3 years. We need a little time to seed some of the things we've done. We still have more regulation cutting to do. We've cut more than any other administration in history by far, but we still have more. You know, it used to take 18, 17, 20, 21. It would take years and years, 21 years to get a highway approved. And then usually it didn't get approved. And it would cost hundreds of times more than anticipated. We have that down now to 2 years and probably 1. I mean, things like that. And it may get rejected for environmental or safety reasons. That's okay. But it's going to go quickly. There's no reason. You've seen the charts. I put them up. All the process that you had to go through to get a simple thing done. And now we're building refineries. We're building incredible things. Things that were not... If somebody applied for a refinery in the old days, people would laugh at them. They'd say, you never get that approved. If you go to Louisiana, you take a look, in Texas, you take a look at what they're doing in terms of refineries, right? It's incredible. The things we're doing are incredible. And that's all because of us. So this is the greatest thing I've ever done because nobody would be able to do what we as a group have been able to do for our country. So I'm working to make the antibody treatment that I received available to anybody that needs it free, because it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. And I view it, I mean, they call it a therapeutic. I view it as a cure, because I didn't feel too good. I didn't have a temperature in a lot of years. All of a sudden, sir, you got a little temperature going there. Oh, that's great. And I woke up, and I'm telling you, it was literally the following day. I couldn't get, and Walter Reed Hospital, one of the great, Walter Reed Military Hospital in the world. But I want to thank Johns Hopkins, too. The one thing when you're president and you're not feeling too good, you're laying in bed, there's about 14 doctors surrounding you. Where are you from? Everyone's like a who's who. But no, what they did is incredible, and we're making that available to everybody that needs it. I've signed an emergency declaration. We're telling everyone to get it approved. And we want to thank Dr. Hahn at the FDA. They're working very, very hard to get it approved very quickly. We're trying to get things approved in a matter of weeks. It used to take years. It used to take years. That includes other drugs for other things where you'd have many, many years and a person's terminally ill. And they go to Asia, or they go home. If they had no money, they'd have no choice. They'd go home and they'd die. But we have incredible drugs, but it would take another 4, 5, 6 years. It would take 10 years. We've cut that number down in half, maybe even more than half, for other drugs, cancer drugs, etc. But we have a thing called Right to Try. I talk about it every once in a while. I'm so proud of it. It has had such an incredible impact. Right to Try. It's a great name to me. And it's somebody who's terminally ill, and we have a drug that looks really promising, and they're not allowed to use it because they're afraid it's going to make the person sick. I said the person is going to die. But not that easy, because you had the drug companies didn't want to take the liability, you had the country didn't want to take the liability. The drug companies, as an example, they didn't want to have it on their records because somebody's that sick and it looks bad on their records, the person didn't make it. So I said, what we'll do is we'll set up a different sheet. We'll set up a different sheet, and maybe we won't even count it if somebody is so sick. And then, of course, you had the insurance companies. They hated the idea. And we got them in a room, and we had a very strong document that there will be no liability to the country, and you have an absolute right to try. So somebody's terminally ill, you have no idea how many people have been saved by doing this. Some incredible stories. So, I mean, that's one of many, many things. That's one of many, many things. People don't even talk about it, but it's been, it's been just an incredible privilege. Through Operation Warp Speed, we will have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of this year. The vaccine will end the pandemic once and for all. And frankly, I'll say it, and they'll hate this. Well, they'll actually love it. Even without the vaccine, the pandemic's going to end. It's going to run its course. It's going to end. They go crazy. He said without the vaccine. Watch. It'll be a headline tomorrow. These people are crazy. No, it's running its course. We're rounding the turn. You see the numbers. We're rounding the turn. And, this state 3 months ago, you know what happened? 3 months ago, we had a surge here. We had a surge in Texas. We had a surge in Arizona. Great governor in Texas, great governor in Arizona, great people. And you have a great governor here. We had surges, and they went up, and they went down. And now you're at your lowest numbers. And you're open, and you didn't close, and it's just amazing, right? It's great. So we're joined today by one of the greatest governors in our country, and I know a lot of good ones, and I can tell you there's some really bad ones too, but this is a great one, Governor Ron DeSantis. Governor. Thank you, Ron. I heard your speech was great, Ron. I heard you did a great job, but he's done a great job, and he's been my friend. Hey, Ron, are we going to win the state, please? Okay. If we don't win it, I'm blaming the governor. I'll fire him somehow. I'm going to fire him. I will find a way. Anyway, thank you. And members of Congress and friends of mine and warriors, Matt Gaetz, who we said hello to. Matt. Great guy. Great guy. Is this your area a little bit? No? No, not too much. But they know him. Everybody knows. No, he's a warrior. He's a fighter. Also, Neil Dunn. Where's Neil? Neil, thank you very much. I like your tie, Neil. I like your suit and your tie very much. That's great. And another man who knows so much about the military, I'll call him a lot, Mike Waltz. Mike. He knows so much about the military. Good. The both of them. The both of them. Good. Great job. Thank you. Great to have you, fellas. Congressional candidate Kat Kamek. She's fantastic. Where's Kat? Aren't you like in a Trump 45 or something? Tell me, how many points up?
16.
How much?
16.
Well, that's pretty good. That's a good Trump district, I'll tell you. Kat's going to be there. She's going to win it. That's a great job. And a woman who was in charge of Michigan, you all know her. She was in charge of Michigan. Michigan hadn't been won by a Republican in decades and decades. She was horrendous to me. She kept calling me, please, sir, one more speech. Just come to Michigan. You're going to win it. I said, all right. Finally, toward the end, 4 years ago, I said, you know what? That's it. Okay? I'm leaving. That's it. I'm not coming back. That's okay, sir. You don't have to. We're going to win it. I get a call the following day, so you have to come back for one more speech. And I did it. And we won the great state of Michigan, and she was in charge. Head of the Republican Party now, Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel. Oh, she's great. She doesn't stop. How are we doing in Michigan, by the way? I heard. Yeah, poll came out. We're up 1 in Michigan. We're doing well. I mean, we should be up 30 in Michigan. We brought many car plants. You know, they hadn't had a plant for 40 years, and we have many of them being built in Michigan. So we're going to do great in Michigan. Today, we're also praying for all of the families on the Florida Panhandle. I love that Panhandle. I don't know what it is. I know it's a little away from here, but I'm going to say it anyway. Hurricane Sally, the Panhandle, you know, we came and we were doing really well in Florida. And then the Panhandle hadn't been counted yet, right, Matt? And we went out and they said, Trump has just won Florida. I said, wait a minute, they haven't even gotten through it. They said, no, the Panhandle was like 94% or something. They said, if Trump is even coming into the Panhandle, there's nobody going to beat Trump. And we won it pretty easily, I'll tell you, but the Panhandle, so we're with the Panhandle 100%. Great people. Last month, I approved a major disaster declaration for the state of Florida, and I'll be with you all the way, and we're doing some rebuilding. You got hit with a lot of storms and a lot of hurricanes, and we're with you all the way. And, you know, when Ron calls up, he's always calling me, oh, sir, we need more money for this hurricane, that hurricane. We need more money for Lake Okeechobee. You don't care about Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee is pretty far away. But he wants more. But that's what a governor should be doing, right, when you think about it. I can get angry at him. I can say, that's enough. But he's somebody that wants it. And you two senators, by the way, Marco and Rick, they're doing a great job. And they're right now in Washington fighting for our new Supreme Court justice, okay? Marco and Rick. Great people. They're great people. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we are doing it again. You know what it's called? Make America Great Again again. See all those hats? Make America Great? Make America Great Again again. But I don't want to do it a third time, okay? But we're doing it really nicely. It's coming along at a level that nobody can believe. But these numbers are amazing. In my first 3 years, family income increased by $6,000. 3 years. More than 5 times the gains in all 8 years under the Sleepy Joe / Obama administration. Oh, I got an emergency call today. They say, sir, I'm sorry to tell you, President Obama is going to start campaigning for Sleepy Joe. I said, so what's the problem with that? And they said, well, you know, he's going to start. I said, well, you know, he campaigned harder than Hillary last time, so why do we care? The other thing, he refused to endorse Joe. He knows what's going on up here with Joe. And Obama refused to endorse him. And even after Joe had won, he didn't want to. And then finally, like a long time later, he finally came out and endorsed him. But they called me. They said, you know, Obama's going to start campaigning. I said, is that good or bad? Because I think it's a good thing. Because, you know, they did a lousy job, and I wouldn't be president of the United States if they did a good job. I probably wouldn't have run. And if I did, I probably wouldn't have won, you know. So it's one of those things. They did a lousy job, and that's why I'm your president. African-American income grew 9 times more. Think of that. African-American, and these are numbers that Larry Kudlow given to me right from the book. The great Larry Kudlow. African-American income, think of this, grew 9 times more than it did under Biden and Obama. Right? That's a big number. African-American unemployment, Hispanic-American unemployment, and Asian-American unemployment all reached record levels, like levels that nobody's seen. It is amazing when Biden sits and he criticizes you, and then I say, wait a minute, it's not like he left 25 years ago. He left 4 years ago, less. And I say, you know, he's always criticizing. He's not criticizing. He's got guys that write. They write pretty well, too, by the way. He has no idea what he's reading. But he's very critical. And you think, he's been doing this stuff for 47 years. Why didn't he do it before? Why didn't he do it before? We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty. Since the China virus, we have created a record in the history of our country, 11.4 million jobs over just a short period of months. We've already cut the unemployment rate in half, and we're now down to 7.8. And I'll tell you what, I never thought I'd be happy with 7.8. I told you. But when I hear 42%, 38%, it's going to go to a number like nobody in history, I said, we can't let this happen, and we did a hell of a job. Under Biden, it took 30 months to recover more than half of the jobs lost in the crisis. We did it, instead of 30 months, we did it in 5 months. Think of that. Jobs have been recovering 23 times faster than the Obama recovery, which was, by the way, the worst recovery, slowest recovery in the history of our country. Now, they only go back till 1929, so, I don't want to have them say, there was something that happened in 1851, but I don't think. They go back to, I think, 29, all right? Long time. But it's the slowest, the worst recovery. We've stopped businesses from leaving and factories are pouring back into our country. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years on NAFTA. We got rid of NAFTA. Right? Did I tell you everyone said you can't do it? You know why you couldn't do it? They said you couldn't do it. You know why? Because it was so good for Mexico and because it was so good for Canada, they said you'll never pull it off. They have a lot of power in our country, those two countries. I got rid of NAFTA, and now we have the USMCA, which is just kicking in. And the other two countries, we like them both very much, but they're not thrilled. TPP, we wouldn't allow it to happen. That would have destroyed your automobile businesses, right? And China's entry into the World Trade Organization, Joe Biden approved that one, the single worst deal we've ever made, because China was flatlining until that happened, and then they became like a rocket ship. And they are considered, a developing nation. And I said, if they're a developing nation, then we're a developing nation too, because as a developing nation, you get tremendous bonuses, and it's ridiculous. No more. And by the way, we just won a lawsuit, $7.5 billion. We haven't won a... They're treating us with respect, but we'll find out about the World Trade. And we took ourselves out of the World Health Organization. Is that okay? We took ourselves out of the World Health Organization because, frankly, we put up $500 million a year. So we have 325 million people. We put up $500 million for World Health. Okay, it's not the biggest thing, but it's a lot. We did 500 million. China, 1.4 billion people. They put up 39 million a year. Other than that, it's a very fair deal, okay? This is the kind of stuff that I see this stuff. I could tell you 100 different stories. It's so stupid and so unfair, so we took ourselves out. They're dying to have us back in. I could go back in for about $3 a year. He screams, don't go back. That's the problem. If I went back for $500,000, right? I'd be criticized. The Democrats would say, what a terrible thing to do. It's incredible. Deal after deal. I could tell you hundreds of stories, but we just take care of it all, and we do it really well. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we are finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA. They're coming back. And we've achieved energy independence, and we've done it while protecting our pristine environment. Right now, we have the best numbers from an environmental standpoint that we've ever had. All this talk, Paris Accord, which was a total ripoff of our country. But all of this talk, we have the best numbers that we've had ever. Now, ever, I always have to preface it, because these people, ever, meaning, let's say over the last 50 years, because, once you get back too far, we had no people, right? I could say the best in over 200 years. Well, 200 years ago, I wouldn't say we had too many factories. I recently signed an order placing a moratorium on offshore drilling off the coast of Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and a place known as Florida. Are you okay with that? You okay with that? The one that wanted it more than anybody else was Florida. Florida didn't want to see sludge coming onto their beaches, so you're not going to have it. So I just signed that up, and so you're all protected, and Matt worked very hard on it. He worked very, very hard on it, and so did your other great people here today, and your governor wanted it very badly, so we got it done. We invested $2.5 trillion in the... launched the first new branch of the U.S. Armed Forces in 75 years. It's called the Space Force. I brought back NASA, which is now the #1 space center by far in the world. It was a closed-up mess. And we passed VA choice and VA accountability, and we have now a 91% approval with our vets. Never had anything even close. We beat down ISIS, took 100% of the ISIS caliphate in Syria. You saw that? And Iraq. And when I came in, it was a mess. It was all over the place, and we did it. We have generals that are so incredible. The real generals. I'm talking not the paper generals. We have some of them, too. We have some highly overrated generals, and we have some great ones. But these guys were unbelievable. We took 100%. Remember, I said, all right, we're coming home. We got 99%. They said, no, the paper. They said, we want 100%. I said, we're at 99. I want to bring them home. No, we want 100. So I stayed for another couple of weeks, and we took 100%. And we killed the leader of ISIS, who's killed so many people, al-Baghdadi. Right? And we took out the world's #1 terrorist and the #1 mass murderer, probably, well, for a long time. Killed many American troops, killed many people. Qasem Soleimani is dead. He's dead. One of the biggest things ever to happen in the Middle East. People couldn't even believe it. And I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous $150 billion, $1.8 billion in cash, disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And you know what? When we win, the first call I'm going to get, and I'm not doing this as anything, and I'm not trying to taunt anybody, but because it makes sense. Their economy has gone to hell with our sanctions and everything I've done. When we win, the first call I'm going to get is a call from Iran. Let's make a deal. And I'm going to get calls from other countries. They all want to make a deal. I said, let's see, because their dream is that Sleepy Joe wins. Because if Sleepy Joe wins, China will own the United States. If Sleepy Joe wins, Iran will make another crazy deal where we pay him a fortune for nothing. We got nothing in that deal. That was a John Kerry incompetent deal. And the only time he got up, instead of walking away, was to go to a bicycle race. Remember that? 73 years old. And that's when I pledged I will never, ever enter a bicycle race. And he fell and he broke his leg and his shoulder or something. But at least it forced him away from the table. I thought maybe we got lucky. I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. They've been talking about that for 52 years. They'd fly in, fly out. 52 years. I got it done in about 2 hours. And instead of the endless war, we are forging peace in the Middle East. In fact, I got 3 Nobel Peace Prize nominations. Only one for the Middle East. Only one for the Middle East. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. But, I tell you, because they don't cover it. When Obama got it, he just said, what did I do? He had no idea what he did. And they made it a big story. When I got it, I did a good job. Kosovo, Serbia. They were killing each other for many years, killing lots of people. It was like they fight for years and decades and centuries. And they just fight. And we're making these trade deals. I said, wait a minute. Well, we're making the deals. Let's put these 2 countries together. Let's save a lot of lives. And it was easy because, we have all the cards. We have the money. We have the trade. We got them together. We made wonderful deals for our country. But as part of the deal, we got them together, economically together. Isn't that good, right? Nobody can believe it. But that's the way you do it. I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years. And it's true. But now the Democrats are pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a presidential nominee. It's an amazing thing. This is the weakest presidential. Oh. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead. 100-year-old veteran right here. Wow. God, he looks beautiful. 100, huh? Looks better than I do. 100, that's great. What's your name? Well, I want to thank you very much, and he does not need Regeneron, okay? That I can tell you. You look fantastic, so sit down and enjoy it, okay? What a beautiful guy. 100, you look beautiful. Thank you, congratulations. That's nice, great, I'm glad you pointed it out. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security, destroy protections for pre-existing conditions, you know that. Biden vowed to terminate our travel bans on jihadist regions. He wants to get rid of the travel. You know, I won the travel ban, right? So that countries that hate us, countries that want to hurt us, they can't send their people. Somehow that makes a little sense. 105? Come on, that's beautiful. Wow, 105. Wow. 105. So he went through what? How many? Two? How many wars? 2 wars? Well, he looks good, I'll tell you. That's great. Congratulations. You look beautiful. He's got a better head of hair than I do. I like your hair better than mine. Look at that guy. 105, and he's got better hair than the president. Good. Enjoy it. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. 100 and 105. Beautiful. Thank you very much. So they want to surge refugee admissions by 700%. This was agreed to with Crazy Bernie. Opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. We're not doing it. He'll ban school choice, which we have to have. So important. They want to end charter schools. You know why? Because he's controlled by certain people. You know who the people are? And I say it with hesitation because I have tremendous respect for teachers, okay? Tremendous respect. I love teachers. And he wants to end your Florida Opportunity Scholarships. In the second term, I will provide school choice to every parent in America. We're already started. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. It's very simple. It's really a vote for the American dream. That's what it is. Like these two guys, 100 and 105. Look at them. Great going. Great. So that's beautiful. A lot of spirit. Hey, do we have spirit or what? Yeah. Well, that's one thing even the fake news admits. Our level of enthusiasm, the Trump, whatever the hell you want to call us, the group, is off the charts. I believe it's the highest in the history of elections, but it's the highest in history. And his level of enthusiasm is called non-existent. It's non-existent. There is no enthusiasm. You go through the communities, there's signs on every Trump pence, Trump pence, Trump pence. I mean, you have to see it. It's like unbelievable. You don't see Biden stuff. You don't see it. We have the greatest level of enthusiasm, they say, I don't know, that they've ever recorded. And by the way, one other thing. Gallup came out with a poll the other day. You saw it, right? 56% of the people in a pandemic are better off now than they were under the Obama or Biden. And it's the best number, I think they said, ever recorded. And we're in a pandemic. It's not anybody's fault, but we're in a pandemic. 56. There's another one that's even more interesting. 62% of the people polled, this was Gallup, I think, 62% of the people polled, right, said they're lying. If that's the case, we're going to have the greatest landslide in history. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if I should be honored by it, but we'll take it. I probably shouldn't be talking about it, but we'll take it. No, did you see that one? 62% of the, because they don't want to be bothered. Just leave me alone. We'll vote for Biden. Who the hell cares? But then they go. I can tell you a lot of people vote for us that you have no idea because they want low taxes. They want a strong military. They want a lot of things that we're doing. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all, which we're already doing. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. Thank you. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of the endless, horrible, ridiculous foreign wars. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength, and that's what we have. We have now the greatest equipment any country has ever possessed, the greatest in the world, all made in the USA, by the way. We've restocked, we've rebuilt, we have the greatest fighter jets, missiles, rockets, ships. We have the greatest military ever. Russia, China, everybody is envious. They know. Everybody is envious. We have the hypersonic missiles that you used to hear about. We didn't have them because other countries were stealing our plans from the Obama administration. But we now have hypersonic missiles. We have the greatest military ever. And we did it very, very quickly. And I only hope to God, you know, our whole nuclear arsenal has been redone. Hope to God we never have to use it. But the fact that we are so strong, when I came here, you heard the story. One of the generals, most highly overrated general I've ever met, actually, he said, "Sir, we have no ammunition." I said, "No president should ever have to hear that. We have no ammunition." Now we have so much ammunition, we don't know what the hell to do with it. All made in the USA. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, already signed, and it kicks in on January 1st, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs. We will strongly protect Medicare and Social Security, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Please remember. And we got rid of the individual mandate from Obamacare, which was a disaster. And if we can end Obamacare, we'll end up with a much better health care at a much lower cost with protection for people with pre-existing conditions. So we'll see how that all works out. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars, our space center, NASA. By the way, is that a beautiful sight? Look at that plane. I mean, I hate to tell you, but I have the exact same plane at home. It's true. The exact same plane. Except it's a different company that made the engines. I think those are Pratt & Whitney, and I have Rolls-Royce. I'm sorry. No, I have the exact same plane, but that is one of the most beautiful planes. 757, one of the most beautiful planes in the world. That's the smaller version of Air Force One, you know that. See, I'm trying to save a couple of bucks for the contract. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And by the way, you see what's happening with all these sports leagues that don't respect our country, right? They're going down the tubes. Their ratings are down. The NBA's down 70%. Because you know what? People don't want to hear it. They want to watch sports. They've got enough politics. They don't want to hear it. So you know what? It's too bad, but that's the way it is. Stand proud for our flag and stand proud for our anthem, right? And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto. In God we trust. For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Florida. Right? So get your friends, get your family, get your co-workers, get everybody. Even if you have a boss, get the boss and say, boss, I'm going to rip you out of your office. We're going to go and we're going to vote. Go vote. It's the most important election in our history. This is more important than 4 years ago. Most important election in our history. Early voting starts on Monday, so remember. And keep your eyes open when you watch these ballots coming in. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Go out and vote. Send in your absentee ballots if you want to do it that way, but make sure it counts. From Tampa to Tallahassee, from Pensacola to Miami, and from Jacksonville to right here in Ocala. I love Ocala. I love this place. I love horses, right? You like horses around here, right? A lot of friends who live here. We inherit the legacy of Florida patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal, raised up the giant skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and from here in this beautiful, wonderful state with that fabulous sun, landed our brave American astronauts on the face of the moon, right? We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. It's coming fast. Proud citizens like you helped build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. That's happening now. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Florida, we have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Get out and vote. Thank you.
There you have it, President Trump wrapping up a marathon session there in Florida, as it is indeed a battleground state there, wrapping up, but he is not done at all yet today. He is now heading to Georgia for another rally, which we will, of course, have for you right here on News Now from Fox, and that's what you've been seeing. After these rallies, the Trump busting a move a little bit. President there really embracing the crowd right there, and that is the wrap-up there in Florida. For some of you, we are taking just a short 2-minute break, but stay right here with us. News Now from Fox will continue. We continue to roll on right here worldwide as always for you. President Trump busted a move there at the end of that long once again, rally that we continue to showcase for you right here on News Now from Fox. As a reminder, we got you covered as always. As we get closer and closer to the election, we show you both sides. We show you Joe Biden. We just saw him in Michigan, and then we went right to President Trump there in Florida, and that's the way we just keep it rolling. As soon as we see live events, we pop them up and we give them to you. That's the kind of stuff that we do here for News Now from Fox, so we truly do appreciate you joining us here today. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page. It's always great to be here with you as we continue to always bring you the very latest feeds that are coming from across the country. Let's go back, because he is still embracing the crowd right there as we get you all caught up on the day's events that are happening. And yeah, we got you in the moment here when everything is happening live and worldwide. So I was mentioning, everyone, that earlier today, Joe Biden in Michigan doing some campaign events right there, and he was talking about Obamacare and health care if he were to be the next president of the United States. But we do have a one-on-one interview special to Fox News Now. This is from our sister station, Fox 2 in Detroit. Anchor there, Rup Raj, getting a one-on-one interview with Joe Biden in Michigan as he continues on the battleground state there in the campaign trail, continues on in Michigan.
Welcome back to Detroit.
Good to be back.
Wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Supreme Court. I know that it is a question that you didn't want to particularly answer yesterday because you didn't want that to grab the headlines. But I got to tell you, when you hear the late Justice Ginsburg say she opposed changing the size of her court, saying 9 was just fine, where do you stand on that?
Well, look, I'm going to make clear my position in the next several days when they vote on this nominee. But I got to keep the focus on that. So I will lay out exactly what my view is. But in the meantime, we should focus on what's happening right now. What's happening right now is they're about to rush through, speaking of packing the court, first time in American history, in the middle of an election, a nominee has been appointed, named by a president when the election's already begun. That's wrong. It shouldn't happen. And implicit in there's no provision saying it, but implicit in the Constitution is the people's one opportunity to decide on lifetime appointments for court appointments is during the election, who they vote for as a Senate and who they vote for president. When the courts, when the committee makes its decision and the vote begins to occur, that's when I'll let you know my position.
Mr. Obama tried to do the same thing.
Oh no, he didn't. That was 9 months before. Many justices have been appointed in that circumstance. This is once the election has begun, and the election is already underway.
Is there any circumstance in which packing the court would be appropriate?
As you know, I've not been a fan of packing the court, but what may happen is that we have to take a look at how this all works out and determine whether there's other means by which we should take a look at how to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen.
Let's talk a little bit about the pandemic. I know that a lot of the people on the GOP are saying it's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback and talk about what you could have done. They point squarely to the swine flu each and every time. This morning I had the chance to talk with Laura Trump, the daughter-in-law of the president, who said to me that if Mr. Biden was in office in the first 6 months, the way it was treated with the swine flu, we would have had 2 million dead if you were in charge.
First of all, she's a lovely lady. She doesn't know what she's talking about. We lost 15,000 people in the swine flu. We did not shut down any businesses. Nothing happened in terms of the economy. And what happened is, in this case, I laid out as early as the beginning of February that this was a crisis. We left behind for the president a pandemic office because we learned from the swine flu and other things that had happened that we need to be prepared for viruses that could come from abroad. It wasn't, you couldn't build a wall to stop it. We had 44 experts in China, and the president, they brought them home, never got them back. And I was pushing for the president to say, go and insist on, you see, the source of where this is coming from. He would not even ask, to the best of our knowledge yet, he didn't even ask that of President Xi, the president of China. Furthermore, he then complimented the president on being so transparent. He complimented the Chinese on being so transparent, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. And then when he found out how bad it was, He didn't say a single word. Yet I'm the guy that came out talking about the Defense Act, that he should be using that to get the PPE that was necessary at the time and get it out to the people. Right now, we don't even have the testing we need right now. We should be focusing, and I've proposed this for some time, a massive effort to speed up testing so we can know how to test and trace and follow. So the point is, I laid out what I thought we should be doing, how to open businesses, how to open schools. But he hadn't done anything. Remember what he said? I take no responsibility. It's not my responsibility. That's
Do you regret at all calling the travel ban xenophobic?
I didn't call the travel ban. I said he's xenophobic. It wasn't about the travel ban. It was about how look what happened to hate crimes going up against Asian Americans. He's been xenophobic across the board. Look what he's done in terms of Muslims, the Muslim ban. Look what he's done in terms of dealing with everybody from a different race or a different circumstance. So he has been xenophobic, but not because of a travel ban. And by the way, the travel ban, 40,000 people came in during that period of time. 40 other countries had moved quicker, but I wasn't talking per se about the travel ban.
Vaccines. You talked about it perhaps being mandatory, something you'd prefer. There's a lot of moms and dads out there who are Democrats or on the fence who are saying, I certainly hope they wouldn't mandate vaccines.
No, look, what I'm saying is that I don't think you can mandate it, okay? But I do think there are certain circumstances. Once a vaccine is, by the scientific community, concluded to be works and is not a danger to people taking it, once that occurs, then you're going to find that there are going to be people that businesses are going to say, you can't come and work here unless you get a vaccine. The vaccine. You're going to have schools, just like you can't send your kid to school without getting the measles shot. There are certain things that, in fact, matter. But I think one of the things that's happened is the president has so undermined confidence in the potential vaccine that you have people saying, because they know the pressure he's put on the CDC, the pressure he's put on the healthcare agencies of the federal government to try to do things that, in fact, they didn't want to do, and the science suggests, including his own doctor, Dr. Fauci, says are wrong. So it's about being able to tell the truth, follow the science, and lay out clearly. Like, for example, one of the major vaccine producers today said they think they'll have the possibility of a vaccine that they can roll out, but it's not going to be before Election Day, but they're not going to be able to test it through the third phase until after election. And so they're not going to ask for an exemption. It's about having confidence that the scientists are putting it out, a consensus and transparency that it works and it's safe.
Love to see you again when you come back to Michigan. Perhaps you'll be back in the next 2 weeks.
Perhaps. Thank you.
All right, and that was Fox 2 giving that one-on-one interview with Joe Biden in Michigan. Now a live look where soon, Joe Biden will be doing another campaign event in Michigan. We will feature that for you in full, of course, right here on News Now from Fox. We also do have other live events as well. Soon, President Trump, and you can see Air Force One is now on the move, and he will be now going to Georgia because President Trump does have Georgia on his mind right now for campaign 2020 as it continues to roll on. Air Force One getting out of Florida right now. And for some of you, we're going to go on a little 2-minute break, but stay right here with us. More News Now from Fox does continue. We also have President Trump's rally in full coming up a little bit later here on News Now from Fox. Expected about 7:15 Eastern there in Georgia. All right, folks, let's continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox. Take you out to Houston, where they had a COVID-19 update there for the city.
Max Miller, and also Angelica Ortega and Ernest Walker. And I'll be introducing them a little bit later. Let me say I want to extend my appreciation to the directors of the various city departments who are also joining us today. This afternoon, the Houston Fire Department announced the death of arson investigator Lemuel Bruce. He is the first Houston Fire Department arson investigator to be shot and killed in the line of duty. I want to express my condolences to his family, and from all accounts, and the people that I have talked to, he was an outstanding firefighter and arson investigator for the city of Houston. He was only 44 years of age, had been with the Houston Fire Department for 17 years, and 5 years with the arson unit. He leaves behind his wife and 2 children, and we want to lift up that entire family. Please pray for them. This is a painful situation. Pray for the family of the Houston Fire Department as a whole, and especially for those firefighters and arson investigators who work very closely with him, and then pray for our city. In a few minutes, we will announce new safety protocols for sanctuaries and faith-based organizations as they begin to reopen in the Houston area this weekend. In many ways, it's kind of fitting as we talk about Investigator Bruce, that we also have many of our faith leaders who are here with us as well. And as we begin to reopen, but I want to share first the latest on COVID-19 in the city of Houston. The Houston Health Department reports 138 cases of COVID-19 today, bringing Houston's total to 79,964. There are 3 newly reported deaths today, bringing the city's total to 1,273. And earlier this week, our city reached its goal. We reported on Monday, reached a goal of a positivity rate for COVID-19 of 5%. I don't want to get too caught up, as Dr. Purse would say, on that 5%. The goal, quite frankly, is to get it down much, much lower than 5%. And so we are reminded that we have to continue to remain vigilant, to take the necessary preventive steps that led us to where we are today, recognizing that if we take these masks off when we're in the presence of others, if we fail to adhere to the social distancing requirements, as well as to the proper hygiene, just like these numbers can come down, these numbers can start to go back up. In fact, the TMC is reporting an uptick on some of its numbers, COVID-19, which is a reminder that COVID-19 is still in our community, and we have to protect yourself and your loved ones by getting the flu shot. So to emphasize all of this and more, let me pause now and bring on Dr. Purse.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would also like to start by sending my condolences to Investigator Bruce, the Arson Division, and the entire Houston Fire Department for the tragic events of this morning that cut very deep and are very painful to many, many people. And it's all about saving lives. So Investigator Bruce is out there doing something to try and save lives and protect the public, and that's exactly what the HER task force has done, put together a lot of work to try and protect our community and save lives. And we know that folks who today are becoming infected with the coronavirus tend to be younger people. And it's good that younger people don't get as sick, but they can then spread it to older folks. And then when I say older, that's not even that terribly older. We've seen deaths of people as young as 30 and below. But being about 40, 50 years of age, the risk goes up quite a bit. And so in our houses of faith, we have a lot of folks in those age groups. And so the HER task force came together and did a terrific job of helping compile the guidelines for protecting people and saving lives. And this was a lot of work. And I think at the end of the day, you know, we have to consider and recognize that at the end of the day, the things that are going to make the real difference in protecting lives are those things that we as individuals do. And in my line of work, there's a phrase that says that all disasters actually happen locally. So whether it be a tornado or a hurricane or even a pandemic, we look to government, local, state, federal, for help. But what really saves and protects the community are those things that are done within the community. And here's a terrific example of the HER Task Force stepping in, stepping up, and coming together with guidelines that are going to undoubtedly save lives. The mayor also pointed out that the virus is not gone. And he's pointed out how the numbers across the United States and in particular right now Europe, they came down and they're starting to bounce back up again, and in fact across Texas. Now, here in Houston, our numbers are comparatively low to what they were just several months ago, but we're not immune to the rebound effect that we're seeing elsewhere. And so the effort of the HER Task Force today will help us keep these numbers low and protect the people and save lives. And I just want to say thank you to everyone on the HER Task Force for all the hard work that they did. It was many hours, I'm certain, and I'm sure that while this may not look like, the document may not look 3 inches thick, I'm sure that there's 3 inches thick worth of work that went into it. And so thank you very much for doing that and for protecting people. Mayor?
Thank you, Dr. Person. Before I turn specifically to the task force itself, Director Smith, why don't you just give us a reminder on the testing sites and the fact that they're still open? Because I don't want, get your flu shot, but you also need to get tested as well.
Well, before talking about the testing sites, I want to acknowledge the work of the HER Task Force. What Dr. Peirce did not acknowledge is that he and I both had an opportunity to read the document, and we're grateful for the work. I think it's exceptional guidance. Also, just to reemphasize what the mayor and David is saying, is that when you look at our numbers, they do look good. We're going in the right direction. But when we look around what's happening in Texas, I've had communications with a number of my colleagues across the state where they're actually are seeing increases. And so I think that we need to be continually vigilant in our work, continue to be masked, continue to social distance, and also use excellent hygiene in our practices. I want to also acknowledge the work of the Houston Health Department and the now 1,600 to 1,700 people that have been working for about 7 months and facing this challenge related to COVID. We continue to operate various testing sites throughout the community. Mainly, our department is operating mobile testing sites, but if you go to our website, you will see that we have a host of partners that are, in fact, operating testing sites 6 days a week. The testing numbers have increased over the last week or so, and we're really fortunate for that, but we want to encourage people to take the opportunity to test as on a routine basis, actually, because today you could, in fact, take a test, have interactions with folks, and 2 days later, the results of those tests might be completely different. So we can continue to encourage people to take advantage of the testing opportunities that are out there.
All right. Thank you very, very much. And so testing is important. I think I've been tested maybe about 10 times. I think I've got another one that's scheduled coming up fairly soon. So please do that. Now let me bring this the members of the task force, at least the leadership team, forward. And so again, let me call on Dr. Arisha Hilliard of New Light Church, Reverend Rodrigo Vargas of Union Houston, who are members of the task force, Reverend Max Miller of Mount Hebron Missionary Baptist Church, Angelica Ortega of the National Association of Christian Churches. It's not time to be bashful. And Ernest Walker, General Manager of KTSU Radio 90.9. The representative of the HER Task Force, I do want to acknowledge Shannon Buggs, who is the Director of Complete Communities, and then Janice Weaver, who is given direct leadership to the HER Task Force. Okay, and I'm holding the document that they have put together and spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, and we've gone back and forth. And then let me just say from the very beginning, these are guidelines. They are not mandates. They are guidelines that we offer for people to consider as people start to, certain faith-based worship institutions start to reopen in person. So these are guidelines, intended to be guidelines. It was recently announced that sanctuaries and faith-based organizations will begin to reopen in some of our faith-based institutions in the Houston area. Today, I'm joined by leaders of some of the largest and most important faith-based organizations in our city. They are part of the Faith and Community Leaders Subcommittee of the Health Equity Response Task Force, launched by this administration in April of 2020, and have been instrumental in providing insights, but most importantly, spiritual guidance during this time of crisis. They have supported us in creating a very comprehensive guide to reopen all places of worship safely. For months, congregations of various denominations have used technology as a tool to provide spiritual guidance and provide support. We also recommend blocking a few parking lot spaces to prevent people from getting too close. All surface areas, such as the doors, door handles, handrails, tables, and chairs, should be cleaned and disinfected before, during, and after service. We also encourage individuals to avoid sharing the audio-visual equipment used for services, like the microphones, instruments, and pulpits, as well as the removal of shared items like hymnals, pens, and offering envelopes. Houses of worship come in all sizes and shapes. We know each congregation will incorporate guidelines, including temperature checks and having hand sanitizers available. So these are guidelines. The important thing is that still the wearing of masks, the social distancing, the proper hygiene, all of those elements are critically and very much important. And now let me invite Dr. Arisha Hilliard of New Light Church, who will tell us more about the guidelines implementations. Dr. Hilliard.
Thank you, Mayor Turner, and I just want to first say thank you to the entire task force and the community leaders. They're made up of various denominational groups, various pastors and leaders from around the city of Houston, and so thank you to her task force for their wonderful efforts, and additional thanks to Director Janice Weaver. While we know that there's a tradition of separation of church and state, we wanted to do everything that we could to support Mayor Turner in his efforts to control the spread and decrease the spread of COVID in our area. And so we thought about every situation, from our children's areas to our teen areas, our lobbies where we congregate, and then encouraging everyone to continue to wear their masks while they're in service. And so I just want to again say thank you to Bloomberg Associates, and make sure that you reach the resource at HoustonCovid-19Recovery.org for more information. And thank you all for participating, and continue to keep your churches safe and have a spiritual worship experience at the same time. And I give it back to you, Mayor.
Thanks, Dr. Hilliard, and thank you for your leadership. And I also want to thank you and Reverend Vargas and others, Pastor McMillan, for the town halls that we've had on mental health. That's been very, very critical. Now let me also call on Reverend Rodrigo Vargas of Union Houston Speaks.
Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor and a privilege to be on this task force to make our city better. I want to thank the leadership of Dr. Arisha Hilliard, Ms. Janice Weaver, Mayor Turner, for the opportunity to invest our time, our innovation, and our faith into making our city safe, secure, at the same time respecting worship centers. Me gustaría darle gracias al Mayor Turner, Dr. Arisha Hilliard, la señora Janice Weaver por darnos la oportunidad a las liderazgo de fe, gente de todas razas, gente representando la comunidad hispana, para poder trabajar juntos como seres humanos con la intención de participar en un centro de alabanza, pero a la misma vez participar en la precaución de COVID-19. Así que ha sido un placer, muchas horas, muchas reuniones y inversión hemos hecho. Esperemos que todo eso que hemos hecho le hace más fácil y le da seguridad a la comunidad hispana para poder congregar una vez más y alabar en su fe. Le damos gracias a toda la gente que participó y ha sido un honor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. That was one other thing I was thinking about, but I noticed that you included it in that last part that you just said. So I was following you along to make sure that you checked off all the boxes. But in that last paragraph, you included what I wanted you to say. So muchas gracias.
I told him he was going to do that.
God is good.
Yes, he is
all the time. Pastor Max Miller, you want to come and make a quick comments? Pastor Miller.
To our mayor, to the leadership of this task force, and to the director, Sister Weaver, it has been a privilege to serve with such a team. Not only did we take our time, we attempted to make the best interests of each and every church, regardless of the size. Because in the eyes of God, every church is a large church. But the lives are so precious, and we dare not have the membership to come back and walk in a state of somnambulism. But we wanted to make sure that each and everything that we could think of was covered. As the mayor has said, it is not mandatory, but it just makes good sense to follow the guidelines. Even though we're down to 5%, which we have all been applauding, when the death is in your family, the 5% looks like 500%. So we ask, we plead, we encourage, and we challenge that we take these guidelines seriously, that we utilize the guidelines, and let's hang around here and see what God is up to.
I want to reiterate the importance of following behavior. So we have all grown accustomed to wear a mask, wash your hands frequently, maintain social distance, and get tested. I will close by reminding everyone that worshiping is about caring, particularly in a pandemic. Worshiping is about protecting each other. And things will be different from the last time you attended your shrine. But remember that the small inconveniences will prevent the major disappointments of possibly contracting the virus and putting lives at risk. Remind your congregants and parishioners that worshiping is an act of faith, and all who walk through those doors is a willing participant to these new guidelines. I want to thank you for adhering to these new guidelines, and thank you for continuing to help our community during these very difficult times. And before I open for questions, I want to remind Houstonians about early voting, which is going on right now until October the 30th. I'm very happy to announce that Harris County has been shattering its single-day early voting records for the past 3 days, and people everywhere are sending a message about their willingness to stand up and make their voices heard. This is the most important election of my lifetime, certainly, and I looked at the face, I started to say something, but in the midst of these faith-based leaders, let me be truthful. You know, we must, let me just skip that line. We must continue showing up to the polls and voting all the way down the ballot. And voting is a fundamental right and the most powerful way to express ourselves. Having said that, we'll take questions either to this group or to Dr. Purse or Dr. Williams or any of us. Any questions?
To Dr. Hilliard or any of the members of the faith-based community out there, I'm just curious as to what is the moral responsibility of a place of worship in deciding what these guidelines are? Where do you begin? You mentioned the difference between smaller congregations and larger congregations. There are socioeconomic differences that factor into that. So just walk us through the process of deciding what needed to be what in determining how places of worship will reopen their doors, and the moral responsibility that's there.
Well, we looked at several factors when we were laying out the guidelines. One was first just protecting and keeping everybody safe. You also wanted to look at the population that is at risk, and you didn't want them to have to put their faith in question by not being able to attend and not being able to come into a safe environment. And so while we wrote the guidelines of social distance and wearing your mask and making sure that people sat certain ways whether you had chairs or pews. We also took into consideration just where everybody was in the society and how to make worship still an act of faith, but a comfortable, safe experience. And we shouldn't have to risk our lives to lift up our faith in our God that we serve. And so that was one of the things that we looked at. We also looked at the CDC guidelines and looked at the trends that were going on. One of the things, when our city hit the high alert, as a faith leader, I even closed my service and went back to virtual, because I think the moral responsibility is not just, did I have a good service, but did I make sure that my parishioners and my members were safe, so that Monday through Friday, Saturday, that they still are alive and not at risk and don't have to go on your sick and shut-in list, like we like to call it in the church. And so that's the moral responsibility. While I want to teach you the word and teach you faith, I still want to make sure that you're safe and that you understand the resources and the guidelines that are available to you.
And also in Espanol.
One of the things that's really important that I've been telling our congregation is that the safety of the flock. A pastor is supposed to lead a flock through valley, mountain, desert. And oftentimes sheep are exposed to rain or hot sun, or they get thirsty. This is no different in that if a pastor saw some sheep getting sick from drinking out of a pool, the pastor would make sure to remove them from that or protect them from not drinking that. In the same token, it's the same thing. The second thing I'd like to say is that oftentimes we got a little pushback on the wearing mask during worship. One of the things that I think a lot of people miss is that oftentimes we make that claim from a very westernized position, not realizing that Jesus Christ was a Middle Eastern who wore a scarf most of the day because of the dust, the infection, and the smell of dung that was going around. And so they would wear masks. This is not about a lack of faith, but rather the opposite. It's about having enough faith to care for people, to be a little inconvenienced to make sure that we get through this together as one people and one body. Muchas veces durante esta trayectoria que hemos pensado en cómo abrir de vuelta los centros de alabanzas, hemos pensado bastante en que la prioridad de un pastor es mantener la seguridad de sus ovejitas. En este caso son personas. Como un pastor protege a su oveja en el valle y en la montaña, es la misma manera que nosotros como líderes de congregaciones tenemos que proteger a la gente. A la misma vez, muchas veces vemos que usar una máscara puede ser no tener suficiente fe, pero en realidad cuando vemos el Jesucristo a través de los ojos del Medio Oriente, vemos que Jesucristo usaba una bufanda a través de su cara, cubriendo su nariz y su boca. La fe de nosotros es tener suficiente fe de estar un poquito incómodo por unos meses para proteger a la comunidad. Thank you.
Excelente. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if this might be for Dr. Peirce. We know that there might be some feelings from families that, going to church might be a super spreader event. Can you maybe explain to people at home as they're choosing whether or not that this is safe for their families, what we've learned about church service during the pandemic, and also has there been any sort of contact tracing that your office has seen that has led to any outbreaks in the Houston area from congregations?
And let me just say, as Dr. Peirce comes, because even restaurants, for example, now in the city of Houston are, based on the governor's orders, up to 75%. The recommendation from these guidelines is 25% as we move forward. So along with the masking and the social distancing, all of the things that we are doing on a day-to-day basis, and so the church is the same. I mean, even being more conservative in terms of these guidelines. And recognizing that all institutions are different, but these are basic guidelines. But
But to go off of that, Lakewood Church is going to have more than 4,000 people there on Sunday. Restaurants don't have 4,000 people in the building.
Right.
So I think that's why there's some concern that there could be a super spreading event.
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
Right. But Lakewood also holds over 17,000 people. And I think the figure that Pastor Osteen is using is 25%. So it's 25% of his capacity, which means they can spread out. So he's going from, let's say, 17,000 plus and 4,000. I think he's using the pre-registration as well. So what he's doing is consistent even with these guidelines. But again, these are guidelines. We can't mandate anybody to do anything. There is separation in church and state. But these are guidelines that these faith-based leaders and others have spent a lot of time. There's been a lot of discussion, going back and forth. So, but Dr. Peirce, why don't you come?
Thank you, Mayor. And you raise a really good question. So when we talk about super spreader events, the reality is that an event isn't recognized as a super spreader event until after the fact, when there are multiple cases that can be all linked back to that event, right? So moving forward, we need to look at the number of people that are in a venue and how big is that venue. And so again, we talk a lot about don't focus in on the numbers. So it's really just the density, how many people, how close are people. And so if you have a large, whether it be a church or a restaurant, and let's talk about a restaurant for a minute. If the restaurant's supposed to be at 50% capacity and the restaurant manager simply closes half of the restaurant floor and fills the other part 100%, that technically would be 50% occupancy. But that completely defeats the purpose of what we're talking about. It's about keeping people separate. And we talk about, sporting events and it's stadiums. So you can have family units where they may, mom, dad, and the kids are together. They don't have to be necessarily 6 feet apart, but that family needs to be a good distance from the next family. And so it's common sense and thinking things through, and we all know, everybody now knows, should we wear the mask, the hand hygiene, the greeting hygiene with the elbow, but certainly not handshakes, and just remaining separate. So the venue, the number of square feet, and the number of people, you can eyeball it, actually. You don't have to get out a calculator and a ruler and all that. You can basically, we've all gotten good at it at this point. But a super spreader event isn't identified until afterwards. And so I think the work that is done here is really designed so that people will feel comfortable and safe going to houses of faith and congregating, because somebody's paying attention and making sure that it's safe before they even get there.
Do you have any guidance in terms of singing during service? Because I know the CDC back in May had suggested not doing that. It has since changed its course. What do you tell people?
Yeah, so another good question. So it really goes to, remember, the virus is spread in those little water droplets that come out of your mouth. And so if your nose and your mouth are covered and you're talking, it should catch most of it, right? And the same thing with singing. Now, you pull it down a little bit, that's a completely different story. So it really needs to stay up over the nose and the mouth. And if you're singing, it should be fine, right? It's going to catch most of it. And the mask that you wear protects you a little bit from the person next to you, but mostly it protects the person next to you from what would be coming out of your nose and mouth. So the mask up over the nose and the singing. Now, some people may be able to bellow a whole lot louder than others, and that's great. But if they're wearing the mask properly, it should still catch all those droplets.
And let me just say, in reading the document, it covers that as well, even the singing bit. And the other thing that I want to make note is that we have several options. You can go without providing any guidelines at all, but people are going to do what they're going to do. Okay, so if you don't provide any guidelines, then everybody is doing their own thing. What a number of people have been asking is that, Mayor, what do you suggest? Give us some guidance. And this task force, made up of faith leaders of all denominations, have taken the time and gone through it and been very meticulous, looked at the CDC requirements, and they've put together some pretty good suggested guidelines on how to proceed. So
those were just some of the updates there in Houston. And for some of you, we'll be taking just a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, everybody, we are worldwide as always for you, providing you the very latest updates across the country. We're getting this update in Florida.
Sadly, we are still looking for those killers, and just a reminder that we have increased the reward for both those homicides to $20,000. So please call Crime Line. We know there are members out there in our community who can help us solve these cases, and we are pleading once again for them to come forward and take those murderers off the street. So we also want you to know that your tips from the community are working. So you see here to my left, tips we received in the murder of 14-year-old DeQuervius Fudge, who was shot on Cypress Street August 5th, led detectives to 3 suspects in this case. One of those suspects, 18-year-old Lorenzo Hall, is still at large, so we would ask anyone with information on his whereabouts to call Crime Line or 911. So just 3 weeks ago, we told you about our ongoing efforts and the operation that we have here, and I think we had mentioned that we had made 20 arrests and seized more than 24 firearms in that specific operation. Today, just for this targeted gang operation, we've made now over 75 arrests and have taken more than 50 guns out of the hands of gang members. And so for Orange County, that adds to our total of over 900 guns taken off the streets in Orange County. Of those more than 50 guns, 18 of those guns were stolen. So that's an important reminder for the community. One of the ways they're getting these firearms is, people get lazy and they leave their firearms in their cars, and many of those firearms are stolen from being unsecured in vehicles. Some of the guns that were stolen are pistols that shoot high-powered rifle rounds that can go through walls and can go through the body armor that law enforcement wears. So the focus on this targeted gang violence remains our #1 priority, along with these agencies behind me. So our internal task force here, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, is working very hard, but we also are working with our partners, with the Orlando Police Department, with the FBI, with the State Attorney's Office, with the U.S. Attorney's Office, because the bad guys, they cross jurisdictional lines all the time, and the cases that we have will be OPD cases, and OPD cases might transfer over to Orange County cases. So in fact, our intense focus on gang violence enabled one of our agents to positively identify the shooting that the Orlando Police Department worked at the Mall Millennia from surveillance video, because he was so familiar with the gang members, and he was apprehended within hours of that shooting. So again, I'm standing here with members of the Orlando Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and also the FBI, Ron Hopper, who's going to talk about FBI's involvement in this operation through the FBI Safe Streets. But this time I'll introduce Deputy Chief Jose Velez from the Orlando Police Department.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you to all our local and federal partners for the continued cooperation addressing these shootings. So far this year, the City of Orlando has seen over 200 shootings, where the vast majority of them are suspected gang-related. Our gang unit has seized 95 firearms so far this year, many of them connected to these same shootings. We have also made over 100 gang-related arrests. But we cannot arrest our way out of this. Community involvement is a must. The Orlando Police Department has a long history of mentorship and community involvement opportunities for our youth, from Operation Positive Direction and Dueling Dragons to our Youth Outreach Liaison Program. These programs serve as an opportunity for the agency to assess crime among teenage youth, build trusting interactions, and engage youth offenders in community programs and services. We encourage anyone who is listening that wants to know more to email youthconnect@orlando.gov.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Hopper, and I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI here in Orlando. And I'm here today because we share in the commitment to rid our neighborhoods of these violent criminal street gangs. The FBI Safe Streets Task Force is an initiative wherein the FBI joins forces with our state, local, and federal partners, such as Sheriff Mina and Chief Rolone, to eradicate violent criminal street gangs from our community. We do this by utilizing the individual resources of each participating agency to collectively attack the problem. While the FBI typically doesn't telegraph our moves, what I can tell you is that these two gangs, the 438 gang and the Army gang, have got our attention now. Members of these two gangs can start looking forward towards serving lengthy, meaningful federal prison sentences in their future. It will be through these arrests that we intend to significantly disrupt and ultimately dismantle both criminal organizations. And I would encourage everyone or anyone that has any information regarding the criminal activity of these criminal organizations to notify the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Orlando Police Department, or the FBI 24-hour command center at 813-253-1000. Thank you.
All right, so we're happy to take some questions related to this case. Yeah. Yep.
Yes, sir.
So this Safe Streets Task Force, when did you guys start working? I know this is probably a lengthy operation that you've been doing with these agencies. When were you brought in on the operation for 438 in the Army? And what do you plan to accomplish? How do you plan to accomplish?
So we were advised of the ongoing situation probably a little over a month ago, and we started doing what we call pre-assessment phase on the different individuals that are involved in the criminal organizations. We went overt with our participation during the shooting at the Mall Millennia, and that's when we started working very closely with the United States Attorney's Office and identifying specific people whose names I'm not going to share for obvious reason that we are targeting in this investigation. And we're looking at federal charges, anything from racketeering, RICO, all the way up to and including different violations for firearms charges, acts of violence, things like that. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. So what's nice about the FBI is we bring the Safe Streets Task Force initiative to help all of our state and local partners like Sheriff Mina. Sheriff Mina is a very good supporter, as is Chief Ralone, of the Safe Streets Task Force and has been advocate supporters for several years. The different things that we do at the FBI, because of our resources and our reach, as Sheriff mentioned, we're able to reach outside of the jurisdictional boundaries of Orange County and Orlando Police Department. We have not only field offices across the 50 states with 56 field offices, we also have legal attachés outside of the United States. So if and when these types of investigations lead to bigger organizations, we can actually make those ties. The other thing we're able to do and fortunate to do is we can use sophisticated techniques that take some time. We are not as reactive as the local police departments are, so we can do things like long-term undercover operations up to and including wiretap investigations and the like. So those are the type of things we bring, whereas the sheriff and the chief are oftentimes having to react with local resources at things that are happening right now. We're able to develop a big picture of the investigation and target the entire organization as a whole. Sir?
I get a question.
Oh. Did you want the sheriff to? Yep.
Yeah, I think Ron answered it pretty well, but both the Orange County Sheriff's Office and the Orlando Police Department give resources to the FBI through task force agents, and having that close partnership, just like was said, helps us work these long-term investigations, helps with federal prosecution, which many times leads to longer and tougher sentences, and could be a deterrent. So we've always partnered with the FBI, but we wanted their help specifically in this case. FBI Safe Streets to help target these violent gang members in our community.
Real quick, what can you say to residents? I mean, this latest shooting at Mall Millennia boiled over to a very public place, and so this is really impacting anybody who visits or lives in Orange County. What can you say to residents about their safety going out?
So what I will say is, if you see something suspicious, to call 911 or Crime Line. If it's something that's happened right away, obviously call 911.
All right, folks, and we are going to take a short break here for everybody that is joining us. Some of you may be going to a break for just 2 minutes. Stay right with us here on News Now from Fox. And we will continue on here right now out to Michigan. And Joe Biden just getting underway.
Folks, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being here. It's, what time is it now? 7 o'clock at night, cold as the devil, and you're here. And I thank you very, very much. Detroit, there's no better, no more appropriate place to hold a drive-in rally than in Motor City, USA. I want to thank Everett. I want to thank Everett for sharing his story with us and for the unfailing dedication that you and so many of your proud union educators, we owe you. We owe you big for the students and families you take care of during these difficult times. I'm married. I'm Jill Biden's husband. She's an educator. So that's what teaching is. It's just not what she does. It's who she is. So Everett, thank you. And folks, look, I also want to thank the incredible leaders who are here today. My good friend, Mayor Duggan. And Mayor Duggan and I spent an awful lot of time together trying to get Detroit back. He got it back on the upside, but I was here when trying to get all the help he could possibly get to get it done. When, as Vice President, fighting to support this city, invest in the revitalization and the future of Detroit. Because I've always believed in Detroit, and I'm just saying that. My dad was an automobile man. That's what got me through school. That's what everything was about. And I've always believed in Michigan. We have the finest auto workers in the world here in Michigan. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. And I want to thank you, Chairwoman Barnes. Thank you very, very much. And Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, you've been a good friend. And Governor Whitmer, you've been an incredible leader, tested. She's been tested and proven under crisis conditions and extraordinary circumstances. Your leadership through this pandemic has saved countless lives of Michiganders here, Gov. That's a fact. And you've shown the whole nation just how tough you are. Michigan tough. And I'm proud to call you a friend. And Senator Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters, thank you for fighting for the people of Michigan who need help now, but aren't getting it because the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, cares more about shoving through a Supreme Court nomination to take away your health care than he does helping the hurting people in this city, this state, and this country. We can't forget that winning in November doesn't just mean defeating Donald Trump. It means winning back the United States Senate and expanding our majority in the House of Representatives. That's why we need to send Gary back to Washington, D.C. I really mean it. We need him. This is a guy who knows what he believes and says what he believes and does what he believes. And alongside Debbie Stabenow for the people of Michigan, but not quite frankly for the whole country. Folks, as my coach used to say, it's go time. This is the most important election of our lifetimes. And you can make all the difference here in Michigan. The choice is as clear as ever, and the stakes are higher than ever. The stakes are, in this election, remind me of something my dad used to say. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in your community. It's being able to look your child in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, that's a lesson I've never forgotten. That's what I grew up surrounded by, hard-working families in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Claymont, Delaware. How many people today, though, can look their kids in the eye and say, everything's going to be all right, and mean it? These times are hard. Unemployment is way up due to the pandemic. Just this week, over 1,200,000 more people file for unemployment. The economic outlook for next year remains uncertain. And across Michigan and the country, folks are worried about making their next rent payment or their mortgage payment or their car payment. They're worried whether or not they can purchase the prescription drug they need or put food on the table, have to make a choice. Worried about sending their kids to school, worried about not sending their kids to school. They see the people at the top doing a hell of a lot better, while the rest of us are left to wonder, who's looking out for me? That's Donald Trump's presidency. More than 215,000, I think it's now 217,000 dead Americans because of COVID-19. And experts say we'll lose nearly 200,000 more lives in the next few months. All because this president cares more about his Park Avenue perspective on the world and the stock market than he does about you. Because he refuses to follow the science. It's estimated if we just wore these masks, between now and the end of the year, we'd save 100,000 lives. Folks, you know what's really sad about all this? The president knew. He knew back in January how dangerous this virus was. And he hid it from the American people. He told the journalist Bob Woodward in a taped interview that the disease was deadly in January, deadly, and far worse than the flu, and airborne. But here's what he did, according to the New York Times today. His administration gave Wall Street investors a heads up about it. Didn't tell us, but gave Wall Street investors a head up. But the American people, he said nothing. That's why they made so much money by, quote, selling short. They knew what was coming, but what happened to the rest of us? He told Bob Woodward he didn't want to panic the American people. We don't panic. He panicked. And his reckless personal conduct since his diagnosis has been unconscionable. The longer Donald Trump is president, the more reckless he gets. Dr. Fauci, the leading expert in the country, referred to the president's announcement on the Supreme Court in the Rose Garden as, quote, a super spreader event, causing so many people to get COVID. And how did Trump respond? He responded by running a national ad, taking Dr. Fauci's words out of context. Dr. Fauci said way back in March, a quote, "I can't imagine that anybody could be doing more," referring to the public health officials. Yet Trump took that quote out of context and put it in a campaign ad, deliberately lying, making it sound like Dr. Fauci was talking about him. Even after Fauci asked him to take the ad down, Trump's campaign said they continue to use the ad, knowing it was a lie. That behavior is no surprise. After all, this is the same man who looks at Americans who put their lives on the line, like my son, put their lives on the line to save our nation, calls them losers and suckers. My son Bo spent a year in Iraq, won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was no sucker, and the people he left behind were heroes. And now, as a consequence of this overwhelming lying, misleading, and irresponsible action on the part of Donald Trump, how many empty chairs are there going to be around the dining room table tonight because of his negligence? Folks, we're so much better than this as a country. Despite the crisis we face, we have an enormous opportunity to build back better. The American people have had the blinders taken off. To replace Donald Trump's incentives for companies to ship jobs overseas with real policies and tax credits to revitalize American manufacturing. To make it in America, make it in Michigan, buy American. Look, we're going to do everything to give everyone a fair return on their work, an equal chance to get ahead. For example, in communities of color here in Detroit and all across the country, we break the cycle where in good times you lag behind. In bad times, you're the first hit and hit the hardest. And in recovery, you're the last ones to bounce back. The answer is about justice, criminal justice, police reform. This nation is strong enough to both honestly face systemic racism and strong enough to provide safe streets for our families and small businesses that too often bear the brunt of looting and burning. We have no need for armed militias roaming America's streets. And we should have no tolerance for extremist white supremacist groups menacing our community. These guys are hatching violent and deranged schemes like the one against Governor Whitmer that the FBI and local law enforcement uncovered and stopped last week. But make no mistake, that was a planned act of terrorism, a plot. Think of this, a plot in the United States of America to blow up a bridge on American soil, to threaten the lives of police officers, to kidnap an American leader. Is the sort of behavior you might expect from ISIS. And it should shock the conscience of every American to see that sort of twisted thinking take root here in America. But all Trump does, is fan the flames of hatred and division in this country. telling the Proud Boys in the debate with me, when I said, will you condemn them? He said, I'll tell them to stand back and stand by. What the hell's the matter with this guy? Attacking Governor Whitmer on the same day this plot was exposed is despicable. And by the same measure, if you say we have no need to face racial injustice in this country, you haven't opened your eyes to the truth of America today. There have been powerful voices for justice in recent weeks and months. George Floyd's 6-year-old daughter, who I met with, and when I met the family, Gina, I knelt down to say hi to her, and she said, looked at me and said, Daddy changed the world. Jacob Blake's mother, another one, when I met with her, said, violence doesn't reflect who her son is, and the nation needs healing, and said she's praying for the police officers. Or Doc Rivers, the basketball coach, choking back tears when he said, quote, we're the ones getting killed. We're the ones getting shot. We've been hung. It's amazing why we keep loving this country and this country doesn't love us back. Think about that. Think about what it takes to be a black person and love America today. That is a deep love of this country that is far too long has not been fully recognized. What we need in America's leadership to seek to de-escalate tensions, to open the lines of communications, to bring us back together again, to heal, to hope. As president, that's precisely what I'll do. But true justice is also about jobs, good-paying jobs, financial stability, families of color building wealth, passing it down. That's how you deliver equality and equity. Another example, more and more women are dropping out of the workplace because of the recession. We're in a city or out in the suburbs. I have a plan to deal with the pandemic responsibly. New testing, tracing, masking, not politicizing the race for vaccine, planning for safe and equitable distribution, providing PPE and other resources for schools to reopen safely, ease the caregiving crisis that so many families are experiencing, squeezed between raising your kid and caring for your aged loved ones, and protect your health care. In the middle of this pandemic, why do the Republicans have the time, as I said, to hold a hearing on the Supreme Court instead of addressing the significant economic needs of local communities? I'll tell you why. It's about wiping out Obamacare, wiping it off the books, because their nominee has said in the past that the law should be struck down. It's going to take away health care coverage for 20 million Americans. They'll also take away protections for pre-existing conditions that more than 100 million people in America have. Complications of COVID-19 will also add to that. Lung scarring, heart damage could well become the next pre-existing condition. That will toss out the rule that allows children to be covered on their parents' health insurance till age 26. Will take us backwards to when insurance companies could charge a woman more for health care than a man just because she's a woman. Folks, we can do so much better. Together, I'll build on the Affordable Care Act, where you can choose to keep your private insurance as well as offer Medicaid-like public option, which will give private insurers real competition. We're going to increase subsidies so your premiums are lower. You can afford a plan with lower deductibles, lower out-of-pocket spending. Folks, we can only do this if we come together as a country. Abraham Lincoln told us that a house divided cannot stand. Today, trust is ebbing. Hope seems elusive. And instead of healing, we're being ripped apart. I refuse to let that happen. We need to revive a spirit of bipartisanship in this country, a spirit of being able to work with one another. When I say that I'm told that used to be the way Joe used to get a lot of things done, but things have changed. Well, I'm here to tell you it can happen again. And they must, if there's anything going to get anything done. I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. I work with Democrats and Republicans. That's why so many Republican leaders have endorsed me. They know I've done it and will do it again. for those who don't support me as well as those who do. Folks, that's the job of a president. The duty to care, the duty to heal. And you too have a sacred duty. As my friend John Lewis used to say, vote. It matters. Michigan matters. You elected me and Barack Obama in 2008 and 12, and you bet on us when we bet on you. And bet on American workers. We bet on the UAW. I'm asking for your trust and support in 2020 for Kamala and me. We'll always have your back, I promise you. So please, vote. Help us get out the vote. Go to iwillvote.com/MI. In Detroit, more than 20 years. Look, you have now 20 early voting centers. They're open now all across the city. Open 7 days a week on Election Day. It's a one-stop shop. You can go get registered and vote right then and there. So don't wait. Vote today. Tell everyone you know, everyone you meet, vote, vote, vote. And no matter what, don't let anybody discourage you or tell you your vote won't count, because it does. You, the American people, are going to decide the future of this country. Vote. It's time to restore America's soul. It's time to rebuild the backbone of this country, the middle class. And unions built the middle class, no matter what your race, or gender. Folks, look, it's time to unite America. It really is. I'll never forget what President Kennedy said about going to the moon. My colleagues in the Senate used to kid me for raising it when I bring it up in a caucus. He answered the question that was on everybody's lips, but nobody asked. Why are we doing this? He said we're doing it because we refuse to postpone. I refuse to postpone any longer the work America must do. There's nothing beyond our capacity. There's no limit to America's future. The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself. Look, everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Let's show them who we are. We choose hope over fear, unity over division, science over fiction, and yes, truth over lies. It's time to stand up, take back our country. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Go get them. We can do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And that was Joe Biden there in Michigan, as we continue to bring you coverage here of Joe doing Democracy 2020 campaign style there in the battleground state of Michigan. And right now we are going to go out to Fox News' Robert Sherman, who has been covering a very busy day for President Trump in Florida and has all the breakdowns of everything that we've been seeing with Democracy 2020. We bring in now Robert Sherman. How you doing today, Robert?
Doing all right, and as you said, it has been a very busy day for the president here. 2 stops in Florida, first in Fort Myers, and then just wrapping up at Ocala International Airport, which is behind me. He'll conclude the day in Macon, Georgia this evening, but it is a sprint to the finish line for the president. We'll just kind of walk you through his schedule over the past couple of days. So Monday he was up here in Central Florida speaking in Sanford, and then Tuesday he went to Pennsylvania. Wednesday he was out in Des Moines. Thursday back to Florida for the town hall. That was down in Miami. And then today he had Fort Myers, Ocala, wrapping up at Georgia. Saturday he goes up to Pennsylvania and, Michigan and Wisconsin. Sunday he's out in Carson City, Nevada. And then Monday he comes your way over to Tucson and Prescott, Arizona. So a very busy spell coming up here for the president. But in this particular area, Florida, political experts continue to describe it the same way, as a must-win state. 29 electoral votes, and the margins expected to be razor thin. And I kind of want to walk you through some of the numbers that we've been seeing here. So the Real Clear Politics average on a Monday was about 3.7% in favor of Joe Biden. Well, I just checked it this evening. It's now down to 1.4% here in the state of Florida today. Putting that into context a little bit, today is October 16th, and the president trails by 1.4%. Well, on October 16th, 2016, he trailed Hillary Clinton by about 3.5%, right in that area. We all know how that turned out. So the margins are tightening here in the state of Florida, and the proverbial full court press has been put on by the president going forward over the next few days.
Yeah, and Robert, we saw this in the last cycle in 2016 when it was coming down to those final 2 weeks, especially that final week of the campaign election there. I mean, he was going to so many places doing these rallies. I mean, how is he still having the energy to do all this? Plus, now coming off COVID-19.
And, you know, that was one of the concerns that we heard from folks is, you know, I mean, it was a busy campaign schedule before COVID-19, and coming out of it, how would the president respond? Well, his first appearance was back here in Central Florida on Monday up in Sanford. But, you know, I mean, going back to your point, I mean, the map is wider this year. This is one of the points that some of the political experts, especially here at the University of South Florida, have mentioned. You know, in politics, you hear these adages like all roads to the White House go through Ohio, all roads to the White House go to Florida. That's half true this year. I mean, some of the folks that we speak with say it's like, well, yes, I mean, Ohio and Florida, very important states this year. But so is Georgia, so is North Carolina, so is Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Iowa. It's a big map this year. And so, you know, while we talk about, you know, the stamina of the president, there are a lot of states that are in play. So it's understandable why you see this schedule that he has on his plate over the course of the next few days.
And Robert, I want to take our viewers right now. We're showing a podium in Georgia where President Trump will be doing the final rally of the day. And earlier in Florida, he was doing some of his greatest hits, talking, you know, for about 90 minutes there, the last one that he had. But he was also talking about, he was making some news with Savannah Guthrie, the town hall that was yesterday, and saying, well, pretty much that it was a total crazy time there, and those were some things that were happening there in Florida today. So he was making some news there once again.
Yes, and down in Fort Myers earlier today, one important point that he mentioned, you know, that's worth highlighting is that he was speaking to a crowd of a couple of hundred senior voters down in Fort Myers, and he affirmed that when the vaccine comes out, it'll be senior voters who will have the first opportunity in order to get their hands on that vaccine. That came out today as well. So there is some news that is being made on the trail. But, you know, here at an event such as this one, as you mentioned, he spoke for 90 minutes. A lot of that speech was angled, you know, I mean, there's a sense of optimism here. You saw a crowd here that was definitely, you know, very enthusiastic, very energetic. There's a big packed house here once again, and we continue to see that trend. But the president spoke of optimism and spoke of better days soon to come, and the crowd definitely responded to that. So we'll see what the next few events look like and see what the crowds appear to be in terms of size. But definitely a big crowd here today that responded to those messages of hope and optimism.
Yes, and I mean, this is the real reason he wanted to get out there. I mean, this is his wheelhouse. This is where he's able to just really showcase everything that he has bottled up I mean, he could tweet all day he wants, but these are his outlets to get out the message to his fan base. Now, do you think by him doing this that he feels that that's the way he's going to try to work around these poll numbers? I know he doesn't trust the polls. That's what we saw in 2016, because if we did trust the polls, I mean, Hillary Clinton would be president right now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to speculate in terms of, you know, the strategy of the campaign going forward. But I mean, yeah, as you did mention, you know, he does bring up the polls, and he points to a couple of polls that have come out in the past couple of days, polls that show favorable numbers in Michigan. We just saw one poll that came out the other day that actually gave him a slight advantage, even though many of the other polls that we've seen in states such as Michigan show that he's trailing in that state. But he's highlighted a couple of pieces of information, and we've seen polls that have come out here in Florida that do give the president an advantage here in this state. So some of the polls he does highlight, but, you know, I mean, it's he brought up Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. He brought up Matt Gaetz, the very outspoken congressman from the northern portion of this state. And, you know, they all talked about is that they're predicting a surprise here to them, not a surprise, but to a lot of people around the country a surprise, and they continue to use the phrase a red wave here this year. We'll see what happens, but you know, according to their messaging, they do feel optimistic and confident, and they do point to certain pieces of data which they use as their evidence in order to back up that optimism.
There we go. Robert Sherman for breaking it all down for us today. We appreciate it. And by the way, you got just an amazing sunset behind you there, an epic shot there in Florida this evening there. So thanks so much for breaking it down. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, and we continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox. Live look in Georgia right now, where the president definitely has his mind on Georgia. And we're getting a couple of other shots here for you right now, where pretty soon President Trump will be doing his final rally of the evening. And it's going to be a fascinating 2.5 weeks as we get down to the crucial days before the election there. Joe Biden and President Trump battling it out in battleground states. Some of you are going to go to a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back here with you. More News Now from Fox definitely does continue. Once again, everyone, live look there in Georgia as we continue to wait there for the president. We will, of course, bring that to you in full once we do get going there. But we appreciate everyone always joining us here worldwide on News Now from Fox. And right now, we're just going to go out to some other news here of the day that we continue to follow here for you, breaking it all down. And here's an update from Texas on a missing man.
Dre has been seen or heard from. Dre's 23rd birthday last November came without a call or a text. Every day that passes is a day without him at home. Any tip, piece of information, or lead from our community may lead us to Dre's whereabouts and bring his family some closure. We're grateful to our partners at the Texas Center for the Missing. Claudia's here, thank you for being here. And Clear Channel Outdoor, Mr. Lee Vela, for making possible missing person billboards across our state this month with the hopes of someone coming forward with key information. You're going to hear from our missing persons unit, our partners, and Dre's father, Andre Moden Sr. as well. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Huston so that he could give more information. He's the lead investigator. Deputy Huston?
Yeah, I'm Deputy Hudson with the Harris County Sheriff's Department Missing Persons Unit. I'm the lead investigator on this case. The case we're here to talk about today involves Andre Moten Jr., which, like the sheriff said, also goes by Dre. Dre was last seen at his apartment on October the 18th of 2019 at approximately 3:30 in the morning when he left the apartment to meet what is believed to be an unknown female. Mr. Moten is described to be a 6'2" black male weighing about 155 pounds. He wears his hair in dreads. He is a light-skinned African-American male. I'm going to turn it back over to the sheriff so he can introduce the next speaker from Clear Channel.
Thank you. And as the investigator said, you know, there's always a piece of information out there that could really help bring some closure to the family. Maybe identifying the person that he went to meet or to talk to, maybe anybody else that may have come or gone from the apartment or even adjacent apartments, anything that may have been, you know, familiar, a possible sighting, anything like that could be very critical information. We also, again, are very grateful for our partners that are here. We have Lee Vela. He's been a longtime partner and supporter of law enforcement and many other issues to make sure we're raising awareness for victims of crime, missing persons, and others, and it's been an invaluable tool. We greatly thank them for everything they do here and across all their different service areas. So, Mr. Lee Vela with Clear Channel Outdoor, Houston.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. On behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor and Outfront Media and the Outdoor Advertising Association of Texas, we want to tell you how we are committed to get this message out to not only the Houston area, but throughout the state as well. Currently, just in the Houston area, this message is being broadcast, and it's the one you see over here. I don't know if we can bring it over here so we can see it. This message that you see now is being broadcast on our digital billboards, 5 in the Houston area that are just at Clear Channel alone are generating over 500,000 market impressions per month.
All right, folks, you can see there President Trump now in Georgia. We are going to take a break here, but don't worry, you will not miss anything as President Trump is going to walk up to the podium. We are bringing it for you right here on News Now from Fox. So this will cap off a busy campaign day there for the president. He had 2 events in Florida, including a 90-minute campaign rally. He did a shorter version for a senior event in Fort Myers, Florida, but this one is expected to go another close to 90 minutes as he is really going to be busy here for the next 19 days as we see Joe Biden and President Trump across the country as they get into the final battleground states, trying to do what they can and what they feel like to move the polls there in their direction and try to get any undecided voter. It's hard to believe that there would be still, at this point in the game, still some undecided voters, but there are, and they are trying to pull each one in their direction. So we will see how it all comes out, but don't go anywhere, folks, because we have the full rally here for President Trump in Georgia as we continue to showcase you Democracy 2020 events from across the country. It's been a busy day. We've had a couple events from Joe Biden today, 3 events now for President Trump. So that is what we do. We try to show you the events as they come in to our studios here and then push them out to you, and you don't miss anything. There he is, President Trump, coming to the podium as he will do his similar Make America Great Again rallies that we have all been accustomed to. And this is going to be his 3rd and final one of the evening here. Thank you so much again for joining us here worldwide on News Now from Fox as he's still getting the applause there from his supporters. I want to show you the crowd here as we're getting another shot there. That is a big crowd in Georgia this evening. Here we go.
I love Georgia. I love being with you. This is Georgia. This is Macon, Georgia. We won Macon, Georgia. We're going to win it again. It's great to be back in the heart of this incredible state with the thousands of loyal, hardworking, unbelievable American patriots. Thank you very much. And 18 days from now, we're going to win the state of Georgia. We're going to win 4 more years. Isn't that beautiful and incredible in so many ways? That beautiful White House, right? And just remember, early voting is underway. Get out and vote. Go out and vote. So we're running against perhaps the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. Can you believe this? Did you watch last night? I mean, give me a break. But actually, I wish he was a good candidate because it actually puts more pressure on you running against a guy like this. Sleepy Joe Biden is the living embodiment of the corrupt political class that enriched itself while draining the economic life and soul from our country. You know what's happened? You know very well in Georgia what happened. For the last 47 years, Joe Biden shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your borders, and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless and ridiculous foreign wars. In places you've never even heard of before. How ridiculous. He's a servant of the wealthy donors globalists and special interests who got rich bleeding America dry. And by the way, I could call these guys, every one of them would give me millions. I'm president. I called heads of Wall Street firms. I'd say, hey, do me a favor, could you give me $5 million every single one? I can't do that, though, because you know what? If I do that, I got to do things for them, and I don't want to do, I want to do what's right. I could call, I could raise more money. I could raise more money. I've been a world's greatest fundraiser, but I just don't want to do it, because then they call you and you sort of say, hey, you know, they treated me good, I got to treat them good. I know you don't think that's the way the system works, but that's the way the system, I guess, works, unfortunately. But it doesn't work that way for me. In 2016, you voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president to finally put America first. And we've learned over the last couple of months, Joe Biden is a corrupt politician. He's a corrupt politician. And the Biden family is a criminal enterprise. Frankly, it makes crooked Hillary Clinton look like an amateur. Now, whoever saw anything like this? He goes to China, the kid is followed like a vacuum cleaner. He follows and follows and follows. And unfortunately, it sounds like he left his laptop behind. Don't they have thousands? Here's a guy, didn't have a job, but now he's taking in millions, and plenty of it goes to Joe Biden, too. Don't kid yourself. It goes to Joe Biden. Did you see the one today? The guy gets 10%. 10%. I wonder who the guy is. This was not a good, between Anthony Weiner's laptop and this laptop, these are two beauties. I think this one could be worse than the Weiner laptop. Yet this massive scandal is being covered up by the media and big tech, right? All those people. Look at them. So here we have, think of it, here we have the biggest scandal going on anywhere in the world, the corruption of Joe Biden and the Biden family. And he's interviewed last night by Stephanopoulos on ABC, and they don't even ask him the question about it. No, think of it. They don't even ask him a question like, you know, like, how come your son got $3.5 million from Moscow, right? From Moscow. Russia. Because they were the ones involved with Russia, turns out, not me. It was the opposite. But why did your son get $3.5 million from the wife of the mayor of Moscow? Think of it. Think of it. A little question like that. Remember, Chris Wallace said, oh, well, you shouldn't ask him that question. Why is that, Chris? Tell me. He's no Mike. He's no Mike. Chris is no Mike. But then the other one. How about this? $1 billion. Get rid of the prosecutor. Otherwise, you don't get the $1 billion from the United States. But that's turning out to be peanuts compared to what we're finding now. Now he wants $10 million from China to make an introduction. Would anybody here take $10 million to introduce somebody to your father? I'd do it, Dad. I'd do it for $10 million. I'd love to introduce. I would do it, Pop, and he'd want me to do it. $10 million, Dad, please. I had a great father. I'm not just running against Biden and that corrupt family. I'm running against the left-wing corrupt media, and we're running against big tech. This is a hell of a big crowd, right? Look at that. That goes all the way back. But, you know, the media, they never show it. You ever notice? You go home, they show me and about 3 people behind me. People left, right. 4 stars. They end up 3 + 1. Thank you very much. very interesting. I love that, but no politician, I believe, has ever heard that chant. Really. We love somebody. No, think of it. Reagan, I loved Reagan. He was a wonderful guy. You never heard the chant, we love Reagan. You never heard that. This started a few weeks ago, and it's amazing. And I appreciate it very much. I do. I appreciate it. And I love this state. I love Georgia. You know, when you had the hurricane overdrive where it came in and wiped out a lot of your area, David Perdue is a fantastic guy who may be here someplace. But David Perdue called me. He said, you got to do me a favor. You got to help us with our farmers. So we gave them a hell of a lot of money. We helped. They got wiped out by a hurricane. You know, you don't hit too many hurricanes, right? But this was a big monster that hit Florida, hit a lot of different areas, hit Alabama. We took care of Alabama. We took care of Georgia. We took care of Georgia. Took care of our farmers. I'll never forget, I came here and I stood, and I was with 32 farmers. All of them got hit hard. And one of them said, sir, I was a week away from having the best crop I've ever had, and it got ripped apart, just ripped apart. It wasn't his fault, and we took care of him. We took care of all of them, okay? And it made me feel good. It made me feel good. Great people. And they never asked for anything. They just want a level playing field. That's all they ever wanted. And I raised, by the way, $28 billion. Thank you, China, because they targeted our farmers. $12 billion, and then the next year, $16 billion. Frankly, you did better without even working, if you want to know the truth. Came from China. And we did a hell of a job, and those farmers are all happy today, but they were targeted by China. We got $28 billion in tariffs, and we gave it to your farmers, and everybody's doing just fine today, right? But the radical left is doing everything in their power to protect their chosen candidate who has no clue where he is. He's gone. They've nothing but disdain for you and for your values and the values of Georgia. I know Georgia very well. They flood your communities with criminal aliens, with drugs, crime, while leaving behind. And you see what they do. They live in gated communities, but they flood you out. They complain about guns and they complain about everything. And then they want to end your Second Amendment, but they want protection for themselves. They oppose school choice while sending their families to the best private schools. We need school choice, by the way. They demonize our great... And you know, you see this? Hello, look how beautiful. So beautiful. They demonize our great police and law enforcement while hiring private security for themselves. They attack the Second Amendment every single day while employing armed guards. And let me tell you, I am the only thing standing in the way of you and your Second Amendment. It's under siege. That's a big deal. They support crippling lockdowns while their jobs remain totally exempt. It's time we sent a message to these wealthy liberal hypocrites. I could have every one of them. By the way, I mean, just like I said before, I know these guys. I can call them all. Hey, do me a favor. Irving, send me $5 million. Okay, I'll do it. Donald, I'll do it if you want it. Oh, man, I got to do it. Do you mind if I take 1 week and just do it? I will set the all-time record on fundraising. Man, would I be good at that. It's so easy. I wouldn't have to explain a thing. But they come from Washington, they come from New York, they come from Silicon Valley. And by the way, those Silicon Valley guys are sort of getting caught, aren't they, huh? Section 230, I'm sure most of you don't know what that means. Section 230. These guys, they're given powers, they're given rights by Washington, and then they claim free speech, right? They claim, but they're giving an exemption. They're given a total exemption, and they can't abuse that power. And there's a lot of things going on right now, and A lot of your people are looking. We have some of those people here, your great congressmen, senators, and we'll be introducing them in a second, but they're looking very hard at Section 230. On Election Day, you can send a message that the fake news media right there, boy, there are a lot of them. Look at that. Looks like the Academy Awards. It's a lot of people. There are a lot of people. Look at those cameras. They're all running with those red lights, but every time I mention their name, those red lights go off. You know, the red lights, that means you're live, and then they start talking about it. They say, get the light off, wait, turn it off. Go to a break. Let's go to a break right now. That fake news CNN, they don't know what. They are so fake. They really are. They're just disgusting. NBC is no better. Did you get to see last night? You did a good job. But look, I mean, I could have had somebody else. They're all the same. I mean, they ask you a question, you give them an answer, right? But I want to tell you that she's like disappeared. Everybody thought it was so inappropriate. Here they give this guy softballs. Did you see a week ago Lester Holt? Lester Holt, another genius. Lester Holt. Here's Mr. Vice President, sir, what did you have for dinner, sir? Was it good? And in Savannah, it was like her face, the anger, the craziness. I mean, the craziness last night. And I said goodbye. I said, great job, Savannah, you did wonderfully. Good job. But we got very high marks for that last night, but they thought it was very unfair that Sleepy Joe, who cannot answer a question, he really can't answer a question. Well, Chris Wallace protected him with me. I talked about the Moscow $3.5 million payment. I talked about the $1 billion. Chris Wallace wouldn't let he said, no, that's not appropriate. Why? You mean the guy's allowed to take $3.5 million bucks, so we're not allowed to talk to him about it? I'm telling you, that Biden family, and others, but that Biden family is corrupt. It's a corrupt family. And with me and my kids, let me tell you, my kids, I'll tell you something, though, and it's fair. Lock them up. You shouldn't lock them up. Lock up the Bidens. Lock up Hillary. Lock them up. Can you imagine if my kids did what this guy Hunter is doing? Ivanka. Oh, my beautiful, my wonderful Ivanka. She's a good kid. Can you imagine? And you know, she's much smarter, much sharper. She could, if she wanted to. How could she do well? And Don and Eric and Tiffany. They're good kids. But you know, we don't do things. It's like, boy, they'd make a fortune. Just think of it. And when you look at what they get away with, and by the way, Biden's brother, try that one. I won't go too deep in the family. I'm not looking to insult everybody. But honestly, in my opinion, it's a criminal enterprise. It's a criminal enterprise. He's like a vacuum cleaner. The father goes through and the son comes in a vacuum cleaner, millions of dollars pouring in. And take a look at the way they live. 47 years he's a politician. He lives very well. Almost as well as Maxine Waters. You ever see her house? Maxine Waters. What a beautiful house she lives in. I wonder how that happened. On Election Day, you can send a message that the fake news media can't get away with it any longer. We can't let them get away with it any longer. And these big tech companies, you know, it's funny because I've heard about the big tech companies. I didn't care too much. And I heard the power was unbelievable. And it's like 99% for the other side. And I kept hearing about big tech, the power. And I ran. I kept hearing it, you know, what the hell. In one ear, out the other. But I kept hearing, and we won. So I kept hearing after that, we won. And I said, well, wait a minute. If they're so powerful, how come we won, right? They were 100% against us. But now it's gotten worse and worse, and now they've gone crazy. They've gone crazy. How about our magnificent Kaylee, right? So Kaylee, I don't know what the word would be, I guess suspended, but they suspended her account because she posted an article from the New York Post, which is one of the largest papers in the country, which, by the way, I want to thank them. The one paper, they've really got guts. They're printing this stuff They got to be making a fortune as much as they can make in that industry nowadays. But you know, when you look at the failing New York Times and the Washington Post, they don't want to write about it. They don't want to write about it. This is the biggest political scandal. No, I'm sorry, it's the second biggest political scandal. The biggest political scandal, we caught them. That's when they spied on our campaign and tried to take down your president. But this is the second biggest political scandal. These are a bunch of bad people. And you think it's fun doing what I do, right? No, I had a great life, I want to tell you. I was doing well. I was having a lot of fun. But you know what? I would never give up what we've achieved. Think of what we've achieved. The other stuff. I mean, honestly, there are a lot of successful people. There are a lot of people that are successful. Got a lot of them right here. A lot of successful people. But nobody in first 3.5 years, first 3.5 years, nobody has achieved in the history of our country what we've achieved with our military, with our tax cuts, with our regulation cuts, with all of the things that we've done. Nobody has done as much as we've done. Things like right to try, things like Space Force. Thank you very much. Get them. I said, turn the cameras, turn the cameras. So we just left Florida. We had a crowd that was like this. It was massive. It went on forever. I said, turn the cameras, show the crowd. They don't realize it's actually good for them because it's exciting. It's like being at a Florida State, Florida, Ohio State, if you want to say. It's a massive football game. You know, before we had to socially distance, we have all these empty seats, right? You'll be back very soon. You'll be back very soon. But and then, of course, Georgia. Not bad. You're doing okay. But, and who's the greatest of them all from Georgia? Who's the greatest of them all from Georgia? Herschel. By the way, how good was Herschel Walker, right? He made a lot of quarterbacks look good. Here, Herschel running. Boom, 6 yards, 9 yards, 10 yards, 100 yards. And he's on our side, and he's an incredible guy. Herschel Walker. I remember when he was playing here, they had like the ballad to Herschel Walker. He was like just a legendary guy, remember? From the time he started, just boom, 6 yards, 8 yards, 10 yards. And then the quarterback goes, he says, I think I'm going to sign with the NFL. It's like amazing. But Herschel's been great, and Herschel loves his state. And the fact that we have his endorsement so strongly, I mean, so strongly, we love it. But what a great football player he was. What a great winner. We want to thank Herschel. The ballad to Herschel Walker. On November 3rd, show the people, the great American people, that we're in charge, that we're delivering. Sleepy Joe Biden and that whole group of radical left crazies. And by the way, he's not really radical left, but he's got no choice. He's got absolutely nothing going. They're running the party. How about Kamala? How good did Mike Pence do? So how good did Mike Pence do a week ago against Kamala? That was easy. That was easy. Mike is great. He's doing a great job. And he really did. He did a great job. But it's very unfair. You know, it's so unfair. When you watch, okay, you watched last night, and you see the anger and the hatred. I'm saying, well, look, let's just do this thing. Just take it easy. Relax. Just relax. Take it nice and easy, okay? Okay. And she said, but I told you that's true. I said, I don't believe you. Why would I believe you? You know? You see that? Where she's screaming. I said, well, who told me? I told you. I said, who cares if you told me? What are you telling me? But we got very high marks. But compare that. Could you imagine if Joe Biden was treated like Savannah Guthrie treated us? Not me. It's us. Could you imagine? He would be freaked out. He would probably be under the table. He would be under the table. And she's easy compared to President Xi and Putin in Kim Jong-un and plenty of others, she's like easy pickings. But could you imagine if she came at him? Did you see? Now, I was interviewed a couple of weeks by George Stephanopoulos, and it was a tough interview, but it was fine. I don't say, like, you know, give me the answers of the questions. Do you ever see where they ask him a question and then he starts reading the answer? That means he has the answers to. I never saw anything like what's going on in my entire life. They asked, how about, did you see that a week ago where it said, move it up a little closer, I can't read the damn answer. This is the fake news. I've been saying it. I am so proud of the fact that I've exposed these people for what they are. I'm telling you. Look at all that equipment. It's millions of dollars worth of equipment. And you know what? If they were truthful, our country would come together so fast. It's really true. They're a big part of the problem. I was saying today, I was telling, when I was in Florida, I was telling the story that, you know, our people, we're going to bring it all together. And they said, how are you going to do it? Through success. Because we were ready. We had the most successful economy we've ever had. We never had an economy. African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, women, people with high school diplomas, people without high school diplomas, people from MIT, top of their class, geniuses, physicists, chemical engineers. Everybody was doing better than they've ever done. And then we had the plague sent to us by China. We're not going to forget that. We're not going to forget that. We're not going to forget it. And they know we're not going to forget it. They know it damn well that we're not going to forget it. And now we closed it down. We saved millions of lives. They don't say that, you know. We're over 200,000. That's terrible. But compared to other nations, it's amazing what we've been able to do. But we saved millions. It was supposed to be 2.2 million lives, right? And we saved millions of lives. And now we're rebuilding it back, and our economy is setting records. What we're doing is setting records. But if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. And if I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, and it would make my life a lot easier, to be honest. I know how to play those rules. Remember they used to say, and I used to play the game about acting presidential. I'm a smart guy. We're a lot of smart people here. I'm smart. And I always said it's much easier to be presidential than to do what I do. Right? Remember? And I said, I'm more presidential if I wanted to be, but I got to get things done. I don't have enough time. There's so many stupid things that happen with bad deals, stupid deals, bad trade deals. But do you remember I used to go, and it would have fun, but I used to go and I'd imitate a president who's playing presidential. That's so easy compared to what we do. What we do is much more difficult. I said, I can be more presidential than any president in our history, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln when he wore the hat. That was tough to beat. That was tough to beat. But you remember I'd do it. We had fun with it. We'd say, ladies and gentlemen of Georgia, this is your president, and it is a great honor to be with you tonight. Things are going very well with our country. Our military is building. And, you know, so I could do that, and, you know, within about 3 minutes, everybody would pick up and they'd say, let's get the hell out of here. This guy's... No, we're doing a great job. We're renegotiating these horrible trade deals. We're bringing our people back home. Our soldiers are great heroes. Because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder for you than any president has ever fought for the people of this country. To tell you, the spirit in this country is unbelievable. The spirit in these rallies are unbelievable. And you know, hey, we were in Minnesota. We're going to win Minnesota. You know, Minnesota, I think, hasn't been won since 1972. We're going to win Minnesota. We're going to win Minnesota. Opened up the iron ore. We opened up areas of Minnesota that they closed. In Maine, Obama took away 5,000 square miles of ocean. Can you believe it? I gave it back to the people of Maine. We're doing things that nobody's ever thought about doing, ever done. We went into, you take a look at Minneapolis. The place was burning down. The National Guard goes in. 30 minutes, would you say? Remember, they formed that beautiful scene. After watching this for a week and a half, and we want to do it with Portland. Portland would be so easy. Wise guys. They're just wise guys. These are wise guys in there. You know, you had the one guy who killed somebody on the street. Took him 3 days to arrest. I sent in the U.S. Marshals, you know. 15 minutes later, it was over. I said, why hasn't that guy been... They all knew who. They were putting his picture up. I said, why hasn't he been arrested? Well, sir, they haven't... I said, really? You got another day? We sent in the U.S. Marshals. In 15 minutes, we had the greatest law enforcement people in the world. 15 minutes later, it was all over for him. But the forces opposing me in Washington are the same people who are responsible for every disastrous trade deal, foreign policy blunder, and border security betrayal. Look at our border. Our southern border is so great. By the way, we've topped 400 miles of wall. Building 10 miles a week. It'll be finished very soon. But it's had an incredible impact. Our border has never been as good. We got rid of catch and release, all the stuff that everybody said would be impossible, but it's been incredible. And Mexico is paying for the wall. You do know that, okay? They like to say, now finally they say, okay, he's building the wall. But Mexico's not paying for it. No, Mexico is paying for it. They know that, but they don't like to say it. No, we're doing some incredible things. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And I used to, even 2-3 months ago, say, well, you know, this is like very important, but 2016 was important. This is more important. This is more. And you know, success will bring us together, as I was saying, but you know what else is going to bring us together? A victory. Because they're just going to finally say, let's just give up. They're going to say, these people can't be beaten. They're going to say, these people can't be beaten. And many of them were so happy. 2 weeks ago, they heard Trump tested positive. They were so happy. And then I got out, like right away. Here I am, like a long time. I could have got... That's right. They say, can you imagine he won't be able to hold any more rallies? He'll be recovering or worse. Or worse. He'll be recovering or worse. And like 12 minutes later, here we are, you know. Like, don't forget, I've been doing this for a long time already. This is not my first rally, right? But all these rallies are like this. The spirit of this country is unbelievable. And that's what we have. And even the fake news admits we have more enthusiasm than any candidate in the history of this country. True. And he has less enthusiasm, in my opinion, than any candidate. I think he's the weakest candidate in the history of presidential politics. I really mean it. Now, with all of that being said, they have a corrupt media, they have big tech, they have all of this stuff. It's a very powerful party. And they have advantages, you know. They automatically win New York. I don't know why New York is doing so badly. They automatically win California. I don't know why California is doing so badly. The forest fires, no water, no this, no that, you know, minor little problems. They automatically win Illinois. I mean, we got to run the table. It's automatic because it's just the way it falls. You know, winning the election in college is a very, very hard thing to do. And we just ran the string, right? But it's a very hard thing to do. But we're winning in Florida. We're winning here. You know, it's amazing. Like, if he came here, Sleepy Joe, if he came here, honestly, if they announced, they'd work really hard to try and find people. No, I really mean this. We have tens of thousands. Look at this. This thing goes back, way, way back. I wish they wouldn't give these guys a good look. I wish they'd move them back 100 yards. And I'm telling my people, I'll save a little time. My people, please, from now on, could you please move the fake news media back like another 100 yards? I hope you're listening, too. No, because you know what? Those cameras, they have magnifiers on. They can be back, and you can get a lot of people. So instead of standing behind the camera and looking at the cameraman's ass, we don't need that. Okay? Just move them back, and we get more people up here, because it goes back forever. Thank you back there. We love you. Thank you. But we're going to move it back. Move them back. This can only happen in Georgia. You know, I have an idea. Just gave me an idea. We'll have a new T-shirt tomorrow morning. Move them back. Well, we did it with, we did it with this crazy Hunter Biden. Remember? Where's Hunter? I kept saying, where the hell is Hunter? Because he was gone. You know, they caught him stealing a lot of money. So he disappeared, remember? And I said, where's Hunter? And then I said, wait a minute, that's a great idea for a T-shirt. We came out with a T-shirt, where's Hunter? It became one of the big successes of the year. Where's Hunter? We were talking today about drug prices, and in this country we have a very bad system, and we have middlemen that are very rich. And I was talking about how we're cutting out the middlemen. Oh, these are not people that like me very much. And we're going with favored nations and all that stuff. We're getting your drug prices down 60, 70, 80%. But the middlemen are making all of this money, tremendous. They're very wealthy. They don't even do anything. Frankly, at least the drug companies, they make the drug. So we're talking about the middlemen. And I say, wait a minute, I think I know one of the middlemen. It must be Hunter. Hunter Biden is a middleman. On top of everything else, China, Ukraine, Russia, plus he's a middleman. What a family. Biden's made a corrupt bargain in exchange, and that's what he's done. It's a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination, which, by the way, should have gone to Bernie. Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, if she would have left a day before Super Tuesday, Joe Biden would not have won any of those states. They split up the vote. It was super liberal, her, and it was crazy Bernie. And I say it all the time. I think Bernie Sanders is the nicest, greatest loser I've ever seen, because, no, it's true. And I mean this, and we're going to get a lot of their votes because they love us on trade. Because the one thing Bernie's right on is every country in this world, including our so-called allies. Excuse me, are there any children in the house? Okay, close your ears, children. Screws us on trade. And Bernie's people know that. And Bernie's into it. The problem is Bernie wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I've done a lot about it. But that's why. We got a big percentage of Bernie people. And because they didn't like Hillary, but they don't like Joe. And we're going to get a lot of Bernie people, so I have to be nice to Bernie. But I consider him a really good loser, because he loses with he's so nice about it. He loses. I mean, what she did to him was bad. But this was in a way worse, because all Elizabeth Warren had to do was leave the campaign, didn't even have to endorse him, and he would have gotten votes, and he would have won every single state on Super Tuesday. And that didn't happen. And so now we have a guy with a little bit larger base, but no energy. Here we would have had somebody with a smaller base, but with tremendous energy, but not as much energy as we do, and we have a big base, so I like that either. A long, complex story, but what the hell? I have nothing but time, right? What the hell? In exchange for his party's nomination, he's handed control, and you know that, in exchange to the socialists and the Marxists and the far-left lunatics. If he wins, the radical left will be running this country. They're addicted to power, and God help our country if that happens. I really mean it. You'll never make a comeback. It'll be a large-scale version of Venezuela. I've been saying that for a year, but I've never meant it like I mean it now. The only difference is the size, because the ideology is the same. Venezuela 20 years ago, less, was so wealthy, one of the wealthiest countries. It had oil, it had everything, very, very magnificent. Now they don't have water, they don't have medicine, they don't have food. Everyone's fleeing the country. You know, the only difference is the size. But the ideology, when you look at a Portland, I want them to let us in. I said, Governor of Oregon, I said, let us come in. I want to solve your problem. But they're radical left Democrats. You know, it's just like the craziest thing. But that's what Venezuela is. They're anarchists. You look at some of these cities, they're anarchists, and they don't want to say. And the press wants to call them peaceful protests. And we originally had a hard time. We had a hard time. They didn't want us to have any rallies in certain states. And then I realized you're not allowed to go to church. You're not allowed to have dinner with people. You're not allowed to do anything unless in Michigan you happen to be married to the governor because her husband. You're not allowed to go sailing unless you're married to the governor of Michigan, in which case you can go sailing. Remember that? Did she get caught or what? Now she's blaming me because people were whatever. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I wasn't. And it was our people that caught them, right? It's Trump's fault. Always Trump's fault. Isn't it incredible? And yet we did her a favor. Who knows? I mean, they have to look at that whole thing, too. But we are doing an incredible job in this country. This country is great. And we have spirit like nobody's had spirit. And there's going to be a red wave next week that's going to be unbelievable. And they're talking about it. Look at that. That's millions of dollars worth of equipment. And they'll never turn it around to show those people back there because they want to say. Donald Trump had a rally in Georgia. There was a smattering of people, a small smattering. No, it's amazing. Nobody's ever had what we've had. And you're going to have a red wave. They call it a red wave. One of these characters standing right there, he said, there could be a red wave. Don't say there could be. There will be. It's going to be a wave. And they don't want to go the phony, unsolicited ballot. You know, they send ballots out by the millions. They don't have no idea. Well, they do actually have an idea where they're going. That's what really. But we say, who's sending them? Where are they going? Who's getting them? Who's delivering them? Who's signing them? What the hell are they doing? And then if you say that, they go, he's not for freedom. He's not for freedom. And they know better than you do. It's a big con job. So we have to be very, very careful with the ballots because they find ballots in a garbage can last week. Military ballots that had the name Trump on them, and they're in a garbage can. They found 50,000 ballots from Ohio. They find them from North Carolina, dumped in a river. They find them, I think, 500,000 ballots in Virginia. They were incorrect. They're printing them wrong. They had one little problem on one set of ballots, thousands and thousands. They forgot to put the name of Donald Trump on the ballot. Other than that, the ballot was quite good. Okay? No, this is serious. And I'm being serious about this. These people are doing a tremendous disservice, and they're using COVID as the reason. You know, they're using this as a reason not to go out and vote. So we voted in World War I, where, by the way, you had a pandemic that made this look like peanuts, okay? World War I. They voted in World War I. They voted in World War II. They voted during the Great Depression. They voted. But we can't do that. You got to send in a ballot. So complicated, too. They have instructions. You do the ballot, then you do this. But some of them make it nice and simple. You don't have to sign. You don't have to verify. But what they don't tell you is we've won a lot of court cases. How about you put your ballot in, and it has to be in by November 3rd. But you have 2 weeks in which to... So wait a minute, you have 2 weeks to count them. Does that mean we have to hold up the whole election? Because you know what? I want to find out who won or lost. I want to find out legitimately who won or lost on November 3rd. I'm not looking to find out. I'm not looking to find out on November 19th or on December 1st. or on 2 years from now. And if you take a look at some of these ballot schemes, in New York we had a third-rate politician named Carolyn Maloney, who I know very well. She used to come to my office all the time for campaign contributions. But she won a race. The number of ballots missing, they have no idea. Her opponent, who could have won, it was very close, but they declared her the winner. But her opponent has gone totally nuts. And you know what? He should. He should. But you look at that, you look at Paterson, New Jersey, you look at what happened in Virginia. These are all races that took place recently. And they'll say, I must say, even in 18 they had a lot of disasters. And even in 16, I didn't even know it, but they had a lot of ballots. I promise you it will be against us, okay? It will be against us. It will be against us. But you look at Nevada, we have a good chance to win Nevada, but they're sending ballots to everybody. The governor was a backroom politician, and I don't want him having the fate of an election. I don't think it's right that he has the fate of our most important election ever in his hands. I don't want that. So if you see anything wrong, law enforcement's watching, marshals or U.S. Marshals are watching, same type of guys. These are no games people. One thing I would say, law enforcement, they're on our side. And I said it. I said it during the debate with Joe. I said, Joe, name one law enforcement group that's supporting you. He couldn't do it. Then he was bailed out by Chris Wallace, right? I said, name one law enforcement. Then I said, here, Joe, just say the words law and order. Say those words, Joe. He didn't want to say it. I said, Joe, just say the words law and order. That's not hard. Joe, law and order. He couldn't say it. He wouldn't say it. Then he tried. I think he said law and order and safety and security, you know, because he has to get the vote of the radical left, and they don't like law and order. And you know who likes Trump because of law and order? The suburban women. We've gone over it. I keep hearing because they want law and order. And I got, oh, look at that. Thank you. Same thing happened 4 years ago. Same thing. They said, women will not vote for Trump. Women will not. Then the election's over. They said, man, the women really came out and voted for Trump, right? But suburban women. They keep saying suburban women. And I got rid of a regulation that would have destroyed the value of your homes, okay? And would have made your homes very unsafe. With low-income housing being built all over the place, right next to your house. I terminated it. And even my people, they said, sir, you don't have to terminate, we can make it much weaker. I said, no, no, you don't understand. I want it terminated, and I terminated it. Suburban women, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. No, I heard they like my policy, but they don't like my personality. I said, they don't care about my personality. They want to be safe. And they want to keep their American dream. They don't care about my personality, which I think is okay. They like my personality. And I like them. I like them. I love them. The radical left is hell-bent on destroying everything that we love and cherish. You know, it's that culture stuff, right? Cancel culture. They want cancel culture. They want to get rid of our great heroes from the past. They want to get rid of our history. They want to get rid of our culture. Right? I was at Mount Rushmore. They want to blow Mount Rushmore up. I said to our great governor of South Dakota, Christie, I said, Christie, it's never happening, Christie. Don't worry about it. She said, you don't have to, we don't even need your help on this one. It was so beautiful, Mount Rushmore. They want to blow it up. I said, not going to happen. None of that stuff is going to happen. But I will tell you, a few months ago, if I weren't your president, you would have had the Jefferson Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial. How about Lincoln? They want to attack even Lincoln. He's probably looking down and he's saying, what the hell did I do? I was on their side, I think, right? What did I do? They want to attack the Lincoln. If I wasn't your president, they would have attacked the Jefferson Memorial. And I stopped it. I stopped a lot of things. I also saved your Second Amendment, by the way. They want to punish the middle class, expunge every last trace of traditional values, and replace the American dream with a socialist nightmare. The Democrat Party has gone crazy. but they have contempt for America. They have contempt for the United States. And I don't think Biden does, but Biden has no power. He's gone. He's gone. Up here, he's gone. The Republican Party is proud of America. We're proud of America. We love America. We celebrate American values, American history, and American culture, and we're working to deliver a truly extraordinary American future. But I want the Republican Party to get tougher, because the Republican Party, they're very good people, but they're not tough enough in terms of our values or what we stand for. They let these other people, these lunatics, get away with things like you can't spy on a campaign, you can't try and take over a duly elected president of the United States and get caught. And when you get caught, you have to suffer the consequences. It's very simple. Joe Biden and the Democrat socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, and you see that going all over with Seattle and all. And by the way, Seattle, so they knew we were going in the following day. So the night before, they raised their hands and they left. Okay, very simple. I said, that's it. Whether they like us in there or not, we're going in. They took over a big piece of the city, and they weren't going to do anything. They knew we were going in. And so the night before, they said, you know, these are little facts that I give you just to give you, because that's the way it works. They're supposed to ask us, the governors are supposed to ask us. But these radical left, you know, if you look at Republican-run states and cities, they're doing phenomenally well, never done better. But if you look at these radical left, look at what happened to my beautiful New York since I left. 3.5 years, it was doing great, and I left. I'm not saying because, but they're going to have to get their act together. They're going to have to get their act together, because we're not going to put up with it much longer. They want to dissolve your borders, release criminal aliens, raise your taxes. And by the way, I'm cutting your taxes big. Biden, this guy. No, Biden wants to substantially raise your taxes. And then he says, well, I'm only talking about people. I said, no, no, no. He wants to terminate the tax cuts that we gave you. So that's $2,000. And then you look at the energy cuts, and you look at the child tax credit, and you look, it's $1,000 each. And you look at all, it's $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 a family. Well, if you're going to terminate it, that means that's $9,000. Well, I don't know about that. You know, then he pulls out a piece of paper and he starts reading it out of his... Did you see that? He did that yesterday. He pulled out a piece of paper because he couldn't remember any of the numbers. He pulls out. And George Stephanopoulos is sitting there watching this. He didn't treat me as nice. You know, so I did him 2 weeks ago, too. And he was okay. He was fine. You know, it is what it is, right? He's going to ask me a question, right? You know the expression? He asks you a question, I give him an answer. That's all you can do, right? You can't do any better than that. But they were nasty, you know, pretty nasty. And not terrible, but pretty... Last night she was out of line. I mean, in my opinion. She was out of line. Look, as I said, just relax. Take it nice and easy. But when you watch the one the week before, it's just so, it's such a difference. The beauty is the people of our country get it. They're smart. They get it. They get it. They get it better than NBC owned by Comcast, C-O-N. I'd call it Comcast. You know, it used to be Com. They spend a fortune on public relations, and I come along and call them Comcast all the time. It's a con job. They want to confiscate your guns, drive God from the public square, and abolish the suburbs. That's what they want to do. To defend our Constitution from this madness, I proudly nominated Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court. She's great. She's so smart. She's so smart, right? She's done a great job. She's done a great job. And she went through it, no problem. And they came at her. They came at her. It was like your Atlanta team when they were good a couple of years ago. How the hell did they lose that Super Bowl? Could you? How the hell did that happen? I keep thinking, man.
if you own that team or you work for that team, that was a long shot. But you know, it's one of those things. But that was like that team playing a high school football team, right? She was so much more talented than those people that were trying to embarrass her. And she was cool as hell. The coolest was, do you have notes? Do you have notes? Yeah. What? A blank? No. She doesn't need to write down notes. I don't have notes either, right? So. And most of this has been off this teleprompter, because if it was on the teleprompter, many of you would say, this is a little boring. Let's get out of here, Sam. Last night, Biden refused to rule out court packing. In other words, they may take 16, 17, 18 people. He'll pack the court with radical left judges who will shred your Second Amendment, disarm law-abiding citizens, and protect terrorists and violent criminals. You know, I won the ban from jihadist countries or other countries. If people are bad, we don't want them in. So I went for the ban. Everybody said, but I won. I won in the Supreme Court. And you know what? We don't want people that can't love our country. We don't want people that are going to hurt our country. So I have a ban, very controversial. And we won at the United States Supreme Court. And we don't let people in from certain countries that are going to look to do bad things to us. Pretty amazing what's happened, isn't it? Biden's agenda would also be a catastrophe for Georgia seniors. Seniors. Do we have any seniors in the House? Right? We're proud to be seniors, right? For years, Biden tried to cut your Social Security. You know that, and your Medicare. Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and free health care for illegal aliens, decimating Medicare and destroying your Social Security, because that's what's going to happen. You know, we all have a heart. I say this all the time. I mean, I have a heart. I don't want to hurt people. But once you say, come in, you're going to get free health care, you're going to get free education, the whole world is going to want to come into our country, and we're not going to be able to even come close to affording it. I have to take care of our seniors. I can't take care of millions of people that had no intention of coming here before these maniacs made these pledges. He'll bankrupt these programs to finance the left. Open borders. They want to take, actually, you know, we're just finishing up the walls, I said. They want to take the wall down, some of them. We want to take down the wall. This wall is a dream. It goes deep and it goes high. A lot of bad people aren't coming in because of that. They want to take it down, many of them. While I'm president, no one will touch your Medicare. No one will touch your Social Security. Under my leadership, we're delivering a safe vaccine and a rapid recovery. I love the recovery because here I am. I mean, that's sure. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, I wasn't exactly feeling great. And, you know, when you're president, I told this today, when you're president, you get a lot of doctors. You get guys, Johns Hopkins, Walter Reed, you get all the great hospitals, and you got these geniuses, they're all over the place. Sir, let me do this, let me do that, just leave me alone, fellas. Get the hell out of here. But I wasn't feeling too great. And they gave me something, Regeneron. And a day later, I felt like Superman. I said, hey, whatever the hell that stuff was. And it's brand new, developed because of this. And we're going to do something very special. We're going to get it for every person that we think is appropriate for. In other words, every person that needs it. But I tell you what, you know, they can call it a therapeutic, but to me it was a cure, because the following day, our doctors are here. When you're president, they follow. We got more doctors. If anyone gets sick, this is a great time when I'm around, because you'll have about 15 doctors standing over you in about 9 seconds. It's happened. It's happened many times. Somebody gets not so well, and all of a sudden they got the greatest doctors you've ever seen. They do a fantastic job. But this was all developed just very recently, months ago, for this. It's incredible, the strides that we've made. If you vote for me, prosperity will surge. Normal life, that's all we want. I want a normal life like we had 7 months ago. We don't want any, we want a normal life. That'll resume, and next year will be one of the greatest years economically in the history of our country, because that's where we're going. This election is a choice between a Trump recovery
and a Biden depression. Let me tell you something. He's going to quadruple your taxes. He's going to raise taxes on businesses. All the businesses that have moved into our country are going to move out. They're going back where they came. You're going to have a disaster. You will have a depression, the likes of which this country has never seen before if these crazy rules get in with the Green New Deal. You know, the Green New Deal, the real number is $100 trillion. 100 trillion. You know, they say, well, we could do it for like 9 trillion. Well, 9 doesn't work either. But the real price is 100. They want to rip down buildings and build new buildings in their place with tiny little windows. No, if you don't mind, I'd like to keep my window. I'd like to have a nice view of Georgia. No, they want to, no, think of it. Think of it. $100 trillion. So, if we had an unbelievable economic surge that lasted 100 years without a problem, we wouldn't make $100 trillion. This is the craziest thing done by AOC plus 3, who knows nothing about the environment. She doesn't know. She's got a great line of bullshit. That's about it. No, it's true. She knows nothing about the environment. AOC plus 3. These were not great academics. How about Ilhan Omar? You know, I'm going to win Minnesota because of Ilhan Omar. She hates our country. I mean, you see the way she talks. She hates our country. No, please don't tell her to leave. That happened once before. I got in a lot of trouble. They started screaming she should leave, and they got me in trouble. They said, why didn't he protest? But she doesn't like our country. You see what she says. And I'm going to win. Remember this. Minnesota hasn't been won since 1970. That's a long time. 1972. And we're going to win Minnesota because of Ilhan Omar. Well, having Minneapolis ripped down, burned down, and then we come into the land, and they should have called us on day one. Day one. The problem is they keep waiting. They wait till... How about the CNN reporter? I think his name's Velchi, the shaved head, nice shaved head. Maybe I'll try that someday. I don't know. My poll numbers might go down or they might go up. You never know, right? Maybe they'll go up. But he's standing there. This is a friendly protest. And behind him, the fire is like 9 blocks long. It looks like Berlin during the worst days of their lives. The fires are raging. This is a friendly protest. Oh boy, oh boy. Then the National Guard started moving forward. He got hit in the knee with a canister of tear gas. And he went down. I've been hurt. I've been injured. These people are crazy. You know, they don't report the violence. They don't report the looting on CNN, MSDNC, all these different networks. They don't report them. They don't want to talk about them. They want to think everything's wonderful. It's not. And the reason it's not, a lot of it is because of them. But I will deliver optimism, opportunity, and hope. And that's what we're doing. And this is why we have this kind of spirit. And I hate to say it because I don't want to insult Georgia, but it's this way all over our country. We have the biggest rallies in the history of politics. Nobody has rallies like this. Look at that. Look at the people. Now look, I mean, you can't see this. This goes all the way back, so you can't even see how far back. I can't even see the end of it. We have the greatest enthusiasm, the biggest crowds in the history of politics. And they don't talk about them. They'll say, yes, there were a smattering of people. That's true. I asked the First Lady, how did you like it? It was good. Were there many people there? I said, a lot. Didn't they show it? No, they don't show it. They just showed your face. They never go. She said, but I could hear it, you know. When you go to a Georgia football game when they're doing well, you can't imitate thousands and thousands of people with hundreds of people. I mean, Biden had a rally today. Like 13 people showed up, and they don't talk about it. They say, Biden is here. The one guy actually made a mistake. He called him Sleepy Joe. He's an announcer. That guy's job is gone. But Vice President Biden is here today. He's making a speech on the environment. He has no idea what he's talking. They don't say that there's nobody there. You know, he's got the circles, right? The circles. You ever see?
He's got like 5 circles. And he goes there, and people are standing, and the reason that, and the circles, not only are they big, although I love the artistry, because the guy really does a nice job. You know, I'm into that stuff. It's very neat, very round, beautiful, solid. I mean, it would be impossible to catch anything if you're in one of those circles, because you're so far away. It's like... But I never joke about it. I mean, I don't think it's necessary for Sleepy Joe to constantly, you know, he walks onto a stage, the people are, number one, there's no people there. And the few people that are there are like, what, 50 yards away? And the mask is always so large, you know, it's like covers the whole thing. I shouldn't joke, because you know what? Running against the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics puts pressure on me. Could you imagine if I lose my whole life? What am I going to do? I'm going to say, I lost to the worst candidate in the history of politics. I'm not going to feel so good. Maybe I'll have to leave the country. I don't know. Biden will deliver pessimism, poverty, and decline. Our nation will decline very seriously. And again, he's been doing this for 47 years. He said, why didn't Trump move faster? Well, when I put in the ban on China, because they were heavily infected, and then Europe shortly thereafter, Biden called me xenophobic. I said, tell me what it means, Joe. Please tell me. I want you to know. He was unable to define it. They wrote it down, xenophobic. And he called me a racist, I think, because it was so early. Now time goes by, and he said, he should have done it earlier. He should have done it earlier. But he was months behind me, remember? He thought it was terrible that we closed down to China. And Fauci said, and he said very nicely, he said, Trump saved thousands of lives by making that decision. And to be honest, I was like just about the only one that wanted to do it. Joe Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, and annihilate Georgia's economy. And you're doing a great job, and you have a governor that's working hard, and he's doing a great job. I don't even know if he's here, but he's working hard, and he's doing a great job. We're going to find out. And you've got a great first lady. And we're working to safely reopen their schools. Reopen the schools. Get those schools open all over our country. It's so bad. You know, Barron, right? Barron tested positive, my son. I said, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Like about 2 seconds later, how's he doing? Oh, he's okay now, sir. Because they have a great immune system, I guess. Who the hell knows? I mean, they have an immune system. 99.9-something%, right? They're young and they're strong. I mean, for this particular disease, the flu, they have problems with young children. Real problems. Real death problems. But for this, it's 99.99-something. I mean, it's like incredible. But no, Barron tested positive. The First Lady's doing great. She's doing great. Doing a great job. And she didn't do the Regeneron thing. You know, she did it the old-fashioned way. She got better. But Barron, you know, Barron, young kid, healthy kid, but he tested positive. And by the time I got to speak to the doctor the next time, I was like, how's he doing, Doc? He's okay now, sir. He's gone. I said, it's gone that quick? But this is what happens. And then you're immune. It could be a long time. Yeah, Barron's, everyone loves Barron. Do you think he's tall enough? He's a tall, young guy, but he's doing good. But, you know, it's an amazing thing, the children. That's why they have to get back to school. We have to protect our seniors very much. We have to protect our seniors, and that's what we're doing. But we have to protect our seniors. We have to protect certain groups, especially our seniors where they have a heart problem or they have a diabetes problem. But we got to get our businesses open. Now, in your case, your governor was very early. He did a great job. But you look at what's happened. You look at what's happened in New York. You look at what's happening in Michigan. We won the case. You know, the court ruled it was unconstitutional. She was keeping everybody like in prison, except her husband. She was keeping everybody. No, she was keeping everybody in prison. Pennsylvania, they got to open the state. We're going to do well in Pennsylvania, too, by the way. Watch. North Carolina, we have Mark Meadows here, by the way, from North Carolina, our great chief of staff. Where's Mark? Our great chief of staff, he's working. He said, boy, he was a very successful congressman, and he's been doing a fantastic job. Where's Mark? He's doing a great job. Is it an easy job, Mark? No problem. But Biden will close your classrooms, and you know that. He actually said the other day he'll follow science. So that means if Fauci says close it up, he's going to close up the country. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And if you look at the numbers are great, and we're going to go over that. He wants to throw your children out of the school, close up your schools, and shut down your workplace. And we're now setting records for employment, unemployment. We're setting all sorts of records economically. Europe, which has imposed punishing, horrible, really strong lockdowns, is now experiencing a massive surge in cases. You know, the fake news would say, well, look at Europe. I said, we're doing better than Europe, but now Europe is exploding. And they'll be okay, but they're exploding. Biden's plan will crush America. My plan will crush the virus, and America will be stronger than ever before. So our early and aggressive action saved, I think, at least 2 million lives. We pioneered life-saving therapies and reduced the fatality rate 85%. Think of that. That's over a 6-month period. And I'm working to make the antibody treatment, and I've said it, and I got it, and I said, listen, for me it was great, and I'll bet for a lot of people it's great. These are the great scientists. They came up with some of the other incredible medicines of the last 10 years, this particular firm, but also Eli Lilly, it's very similar. And we're going to make it available free to anybody that needs it. Free. Should be getting the final approvals very soon. By the way, I'm getting approvals from the FDA that people would have taken 3 years to get, and those vaccines are coming out. But it's political, even that. I could have had them faster, but we had a little action. Nobody wanted me to get the approval before the election. And you know what? I'm not thinking about the election. I'm thinking about saving lives. The hell with the election. Thinking about saving lives. So that got a little political. Through Operation Warp Speed, we will have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of the year, and maybe substantially before that. The vaccine will end the pandemic once and for all, and they hate it when I say it. We've got the vaccine. It's really looking great. Numerous companies, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, great. Others too, many companies, all of them, they're great. But you know what? Without the vaccine, it's ending too. We're rounding the turn. It's ending without the vaccine. But the vaccine's going to make it go quicker. Let's get rid of it. We want to get it the hell out of here. So we're joined tonight by a man who I am so proud that I gave a very early endorsement to, and I did it because of David Perdue. David said, Donald, Mr. President, I have somebody who's running for governor. I said, governor of where? He said, the great state of Georgia. I said, tell me, what's the story? He said, could you endorse him? I said, well, tell me about him. I did a little research. And the only thing that mattered to me, to be honest with you, he's all Trump all the way. He was, before I knew him, I didn't know him. He had a very successful past, but I didn't know him. But he was very, it was like, Trump. He likes Trump. And it's hard to endorse people that don't like you, Somehow I have a little problem with that. But his name, I said, what's his name? Brian Kemp. And he's a really smart guy, really good guy. And I endorsed him. And he went on to win. And his wonderful wife, Marty, is even better than him. But I have to tell you, we campaigned together. We campaigned together. And I've never seen, we campaigned against, I guess, Stacey. And we had Oprah. Oprah used to be a friend of mine before I went into politics. She'd be down in Mar-a-Lago a lot. She liked our key lime pie. She liked our key lime. But Oprah was great. She was a friend of mine. But, once you do this stuff, you lose a lot of friends very quickly. But that's okay. We got to do the right thing. And we had Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. They practically lived in Georgia. And all Brian had was Trump, and Brian won fairly easily. It wasn't that close. Brian Kemp. Great guy. And Marty, thank you very much. That's great.
He's a great governor, and he was ahead of the curve. He said, we got to get this thing open here. And you know, those are the states that are doing the best. The ones that are doing these lockdowns, not to mention the problems caused with depression, drugs, alcoholism, all of the other things. So I just want to thank Brian and Marty, and it's great, and you're doing good. How am I doing, by the way, Brian? Are we going to win it? Because if we're not, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take my endorsement away from him if I don't. No, you're doing a great job as governor. Thank you very much. Brian Kemp. Thank you, everybody. Another guy, he's been a friend of mine for a long time. You know, he's a very, very successful man. And he did what I did. He wanted to do something. He wanted to give back. He loves this state like crazy. He loves our country. And he's central casting. If I'm casting a movie and I want to pick a senator, you know what I do? I say, I got to get David Perdue to play the role. But he is respected by everybody in Washington. He is respected and revered. And he brings back the bacon to this state. I want to tell you, he came to see me. David, stand up. He came to see me about the farmers when they got, that's how I got involved in the whole thing and the hurricanes and all the damage. And we brought in a lot of money for our farmers in Georgia, right, David? So thank you very much. Great job. You're doing a fantastic job. And come to think of it, can't even believe, you know, the guy that's running against him, I beat him once before. 2 years ago, he was running against a very good woman, Karen, right? Karen Handel. And she's doing very well. But he was running against her, and we defeated him. And then he said, he's running against David. I said, this guy's not in the same league with David Perdue. I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on David, just like I have pressure on me. You're running against these people. It puts more pressure on you, David. It would be easier to run against somebody that was good. But he's a radical left, Schumer, Pelosi guy. He's bad on the Second Amendment. I remember when he was running, he didn't even live in the district. He's running for Congress. I said, what's going on? But we defeated him once, and I hear you're going to defeat him again. Thank you, David. Thank you. So a person who's become a friend of mine, and Brian thought she was fantastic, and I met her, and I said, the only thing is, you know, how would you handle pressure? You never know. This is a rough, mean business. And I found out she can handle pressure. She has been fantastic. She was with me 100% on the impeachment hoax. She's been with us all the way, and she's a great woman, and her husband is a great man and a very successful man. That's a good thing, not a bad thing, by the way. Some people would like to say, oh, the husband's a great failure. It's much better. No, no, no. He's a really respected person, and he loves his wife, and she's a terrific person. Kelly Loeffler. Kelly? Thank you. Great job. Great job, Kelly. Great job. I mean, my only problem, she's running against another great guy. I just said, run it out. I'm backing both of them because Doug Collins is here. Where's Doug? Position. I like them both. I love them both. He's been unbelievable with the impeachment hoax and everything else. He's a warrior. She's a warrior. But you know what I like? They're both going to the polls. They're going to bring their people with them. And you know who the biggest winner is going to be? Trump. Because everybody that votes for both of them is going to vote for me. But honestly, regardless of what happens, they're both going to be winners because whoever doesn't officially win is going to have an unbelievable future, and I'm going to make sure of it because these are two incredible people. Okay? You. And I mean it. But what a lousy position to be in, David, right? You like both of them, sort of. Oh, boy. So we have somebody, Jody Heist. You know Jody? Stand up, Jody. What a job. A warrior. A warrior. Thank you very much for everything, Jody. Jody's only leading his district by about 5,000 points, so we don't have to worry too much. We don't have to spend too much time. You're doing a great job, Jody. We appreciate it very much. Barry Loudermilk. Barry, thank you very much. Great job. Great job. These are warriors. These are incredible people. Rick Allen. Rick, thank you.
Thank you. And another one who wanted, a guy, he knows more about the farming industry. When I was picking the Secretary of Agriculture, they had all these political people come in. I said, do you know anything about farms? No, sir, I don't, but I'm a quick learner. I said, oh, that's great. I'm interviewing these people. And I went through about 9 of them, and so far, I didn't have any guy. I said, do you know what corn looks like? Do you know anything? No, some of them had absolutely zero. I said, have you ever been to a farm? No, sir, but I'm willing to learn. I said, oh, this is what I want. And then I meet this guy named Sonny Perdue. Somebody said, right? And Sonny came. I remember that meeting so much. And Sonny came into my office. And by the way, David called and Sonny called also about Brian, right? You know that, Brian, both of them. But he comes into my office, and I'm telling you, to this day, I learned more about farming in that 45-minute meeting than I learned ever in my life. I learned it all from you, and you have done a great job, and you've delivered $28 billion, and I hear another $13 billion is coming to our farmers. Right? He loves our farmers. He's been great. He's been an incredible Secretary of Agriculture. Stand up again, Sonny. Come on. We like you. By the way, I guess he was also your governor for 8 years, right? I don't even count that. I don't care about that. But he was a very popular governor, Brian. You know that. He was very popular. He did a great job. But he was your governor for 8 years. But he has been a fantastic Secretary of Agriculture. Thank you, Sonny. I'm glad I could say it in front of your home friends, okay? And State Representative Vernon Jones. How about Vernon? How about Vernon? Where's Vernon? Man. What a guy. Look at this. I saw him on television a few months ago, and he's talking about Trump is the greatest, he's the strongest, what he's done for our military, what he's done on the... And I say, oh, this is a great guy. I wonder where he... Obviously, I said he's a Republican, so... And they put the thing on the bottom. It says Vernon Jones, Democrat from wherever the hell he comes from. I said, there must be a typo. He's better than any Republican. I can't believe it. And then I checked him out, and he's a Democrat who likes Trump, and we love him. Vernon, thank you. And he's a popular guy. Amazing. Amazing. Spoke at our convention. And somebody who's doing a fantastic job, Insurance Commissioner John King. John, thank you. Great job, John. Appreciate it. Public Service Commissioners Bubba McDonald and Tricia Pridemore. Thank you very much, both. Thank you, Bubba. Thank you, Tricia. Thank you, Tricia. And somebody who better lead us to victory, I'll never speak to him again. We'll have a new state chairman of the Georgia GOP if we don't win, but we're going to win. David Schaefer. David, thank you. How are we doing, David? How are we good? Way up. I saw a poll. We're way up. Don't just pretend we're even. You know what they do in politics? David Perdue taught me this. Pretend you're 1 point down, okay, and then work your ass off, and then just sit home and watch. That's what happened 4 years ago. Was that the greatest evening ever? But this is going to be better. This is going to be better. And this is in its own way even more important. Candidates for Congress, Andrew Clyde. Andrew, thank you, Andrew. That's great. Good luck. I heard you're doing really well. And somebody that I just think is fantastic. This one, I never, ever want to have her as my enemy. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Where is she? She is so unbelievable. You are so unbelievable. Thank you. And I looked at some poll numbers. You're really up. But just pretend you're 1 point down, please, okay? But you're doing great. They love you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Great job. And finally, Angela Stanton King. Angela, great. It's going to be another great victory.
That's going to be a great victory. Thank you very much, Angela. Great job. Congratulations. And last but not least, we have a woman that won us the state of Michigan, Ronna McDaniel. You know, Ronna she was the chair of Michigan. And she kept bringing me back and back and back. And I said, who is this woman? And then we won Michigan, which hadn't, and by the way, we're up in Michigan. It was just announced. We have a lot of car companies moving into Michigan, and they've moved in. Thank you. Thank you. She's done a fantastic job. Now, when it came time to pick the head of the Republican National Committee, I said, who is that woman in Michigan that kept getting me back there? Every week I'd get a call, sir, you have to come back, you can win Michigan. I said, Michigan hasn't been won in 38 years. She said, I'm telling you, you're going to win. All right, so I went back and back. And each time I'd say, look, that's it, okay? That's it. You know, it's like a big deal. She said, no, that's okay, sir, that's it. The next day I'd get a call, you have to come back once more. And it was actually my last stop. It was at 1 o'clock in the morning, now actually election day. We had 32,000 people show up at 1 in the morning in Grand Rapids, right? Grand Rapids, Michigan. And we ended up winning the state of Michigan, first time in, decades, many decades. And now we're doing well. The poll just came out, we're up in Michigan. You know why? Because they had no car companies, they had no plants, they had no nothing for 44 years. And they're building plants all over the state of Michigan because of me. And they're coming in from Japan, and they're coming in from Germany. They're building plants all over and expanding plants. So I think Michigan likes us. We've done the job. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Done a great job. And get out there, and these 3 candidates for Senate, you got to get out there, really get out there and vote. They're unbelievable people. They're unbelievable, 3 unbelievable people. And we appreciate it. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, which is true. There's never been anything like it. And now we are doing it again. You know, I see these hats, Make America Great Again. So you know what I say? Make America great again, again. Make America great again, again. We had it done, and then the plague came in from China. We're not forgetting that, you watch. We're tariffing the hell out of them. We're getting so much done. We gave it, our farmers were targeted. We gave it to our farmers, Sonny, so that's fine. In my first 3 years, family income increased by $6,000. Think of that, $6,000 a family. More than 5 times the gains in all 8 years under the Obama-Biden administration. Remember this, and I said it today, I never even thought of it. If they were good, I wouldn't be your president. I wouldn't have run. If they were good, I wouldn't have even run. But they were horrible, so I won. If they were good and I did run, I wouldn't have won because they would have done a good job and I wouldn't have won. They were horrible. They had Ferguson. They had all of the problems in different places. Oakland, they had tremendous. Baltimore, they had tremendous. They had nothing but problems. It was a disaster. And anyway, and the trade deals were the worst. And the Iran deal with $150 billion, we got nothing. And $1.8 billion in cash. African American income grew 9 times more, 9 times, than it did under Biden and Obama. You know, they called up David today. They said, sir, we have bad news. What's the bad news? Obama's going to start campaigning for Sleepy Joe. I said, is that good or bad? Why is it bad? Because he campaigned harder for Hillary than she did. You know, he was very ineffective as a campaigner to me. I thought he was very ineffective. So I think that's good news. But if you remember, you just remember this. He was a vice president for 8 years to Obama, and Obama refused to endorse him. He wouldn't endorse. You know why? Because he knows he's mentally shot. He's shot. And Obama, look, I mean, he's a patriot. And he says, you can't have a guy like this. And then he ended up lucking out because Warren wouldn't get out of the race, and so they were splitting up the vote. And what did he do? He wouldn't do it. It took him forever to make the endorsement, David, right? It took him forever. And finally, because he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe this guy won.
But they said he's going to be campaigning for him. Just remember what I said. He never thought it was possible that he won. And then even after he won, he couldn't do it, but he finally got it done. To bring opportunity, security, fairness, and prosperity to black communities, I recently announced the Platinum Plan, which is a big deal. We will create 3 million new jobs for black Americans, increase access to capital, restore safety to every neighborhood, and we will deliver school choice, which is the most important thing. We're doing that. That's all done. And remember this, and I say this, and some people think it's like a lot, but it's true. They don't challenge me. With the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And it's true. It's true. I got criminal justice reform. That was me. That was not anybody else but me. They came to see me. I got criminal justice reform done, prison reform, opportunity zones done with Tim Scott from South Carolina, great senator, great man, great person. He's a great, great person. And I got all of this stuff done, opportunity zones, and we did historically black colleges and universities. Every year, they would come up, the heads of these colleges and universities, black colleges and universities, really good people. And after the third year, I said, how come you keep coming? Because they didn't have any deal. So every year they had to come. I said, what do you feel like? He said, one man, great guy. He said, I feel like a beggar, because every year we'd come up and beg for money. I got them 10-year absolute funding, historically black colleges. Obama wouldn't do it. Biden wouldn't do it. Nobody did it. I did it. Just remember, criminal justice reform, that's the biggest thing. Biden has vowed to ban school choice in charter schools, devastating the black community. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage that Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years with his stupidity. He backed NAFTA, he backed TPP, which would have been a disaster if I didn't stop it, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, one of the worst things that's ever happened to our country. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, countries that you've never even heard of, and defending foreign borders, but we didn't defend our own borders. But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA. About time. About time. They're all coming home. They're all coming home. They're all coming home. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military and launched the first new branch of the United States Armed Forces in 75 years. So necessary, the Space Force, and they helped us get it approved. And for our great veterans, we passed VA choice and VA accountability. And you heard 2 weeks ago, we got a 91% approval rating from our vets. First time this ever happened. We took over 100% of the ISIS caliphate in Iraq and Syria, and when I took over, it was a mess. And we killed the leader of ISIS who was trying to reform ISIS. Al-Baghdadi is dead. We took out the world's #1 terrorist and the mass murder of American troops and troops all over the world and many, many people. Soleimani is dead. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. They spent $150 billion to Iran that they used for terror. $1.8 billion in cash. I terminated. By the way, my first phone call, if we win, will be from the head of Iran saying, let's make a deal. Their economy is in tatters right now. They went down 27% GDP. I've never even heard of such a thing. But you know what? We don't want that. We want them to do fine, but they can never have a nuclear weapon. I recognize the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy, right? And opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And it's all built. It's all built. It's all built. It's all built. We got it. Not only did we get it approved, I got the building built. I said, find the building on a site that we own, and they came to me. You know that story. They were going to spend $2 billion to build an embassy. I said, that sounds like a lot. And I called our great ambassador. I said, David, do we have any land in Jerusalem? He said, yeah, we have a great site. I said, take a look at it. Call me. Calls me. He said, there's a building on the site. We can renovate it. Now, we're going to spend anywhere from $1 billion to $2 billion, right? I said, well, let's do this. Can we do something? Yes, sir. He calls me back a week later. He said, sir, we can renovate the building fully for $350,000 that we have already. Think of it. It's the first time in my life, in my business career, I ever did this. I said, David, it's too cheap. It doesn't sound good. Normally, I'd say, let's make it $250,000. I said, David, make it like $500,000 and use Jerusalem stone. I have a friend, Ron Barron, smart guy. He's so proud. He's got Jerusalem stone in his lobby of his office building. And I said, can you get Jerusalem stone? He said, yeah, we're in Jerusalem. I said, that's good. The whole place is Jerusalem stone, and it was cheap as hell, I'll tell you. So we built this building for under $500,000, and it's been open for a long time. And every president for many, many decades has said they were going to do it, and not one of them got it done. And I got it done and got the building built. I also recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. 52 years they were working on that. They were working on it for 52 years. I got it done in about 2.5 hours. And instead of endless war, we are forging peace in the Middle East without blood all over the sand, right? You see what's going on? UAE, Bahrain, and we have countries lined up to sign. The fact is, I did more in 47 months than sleepy Joe Biden did in 47 years. And now the Democrats are pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a presidential nominee. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security and destroy protections for pre-existing conditions. People with pre-existing conditions are never going to get it. Their plan and this Green New Deal will destroy our country. It's crazy. You know, when I first heard it, I thought they were joking, actually. I thought, oh, not even cows do they want. They don't want cows. I think they gave up on that one, but they didn't really give up. They will never give up. Biden's running mate sponsored a bill to outlaw private health insurance. 180 million people that love their private plans, right? They love their private plans. Those plans are going to be gone. Biden vowed to terminate our travel bans on jihadist regions and surge refugee admissions 700%, opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. Your state and your country will be overrun and overwhelmed. We'll have no money, and we will indeed be another Venezuela, very large-scale version. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. It's a vote for the American dream. It's the American dream, and we're going to have it bigger and better than we ever had it before. And in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already taking place. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. Second Amendment. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of these absolutely ridiculous, endless foreign wars. Our troops are coming home. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might,
and we will ensure peace through strength. And I want to tell you, we have the greatest weapons, much of it built, ever in the history of any country in the world. We are the envy of China and Russia and North Korea and everybody. And when I came here, one of our most overrated generals in the world told me, one of the most overrated generals, he said, "Sir, we have no ammunition." And I said, "No president should ever, ever hear that." And now we have ammunition like you wouldn't believe, but we have rockets, and we have missiles, and we have tanks, and we have F-35s and all sorts of aircraft, tankers and bombers, and you only hope to God we never have to use it, that's all. But we are the envy of the world. We have rebuilt our military, $2.5 trillion, and we have never had anything like it. So just hope we never have to use it. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs. They'll be coming down 80%, 90%, 70%. We will strongly protect Medicare and Social Security, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. So important. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars, and that's moving along rapidly. And we will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust. In God we trust." For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great state of Georgia. I love Georgia. Early voting is underway, so get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, get your boss if you have a boss. Say, "Boss, you come with me right now." And get out and vote early. Get out and vote. A giant red wave is coming from Atlanta to Augusta, from Savannah to Columbus, and from Marietta to right here in Macon, Georgia. I love Macon. Macon, Georgia. We inherit the legacy of Georgia patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, dug out the Panama Canal, laid down the railroads, raised up the giant skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the history of the world. And we are making it greater every single day. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Georgia, we have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you very much.
And there it is, President Trump wrapping up a busy campaign day in Florida and now Georgia right there as he continues his push to remain President of the United States come next year. So we will continue to follow all of the movements of President Trump and Joe Biden in these final 18 days right here on News Now from Fox. Always your source for everything news and breaking news around the country. President Trump wrapping up another long speech, this time in Georgia, as we continue to showcase the crowd that continues to come out and support their president and our president right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when you come back, we'll have more coverage from around the country right here on News Now from Fox.
Max Miller, and also Angelica Ortega and Ernest Walker. And I'll be introducing them a little bit later. Let me say I want to extend my appreciation to the directors of the various city departments who are also joining us today. This afternoon, the Houston Fire Department announced the death of arson investigator Lemuel Bruce. He is the first Houston Fire Department arson investigator to be shot and killed in the line of duty. I want to express my condolences to his family, and from all accounts and the people that I have talked to, he was an outstanding firefighter and arson investigator for the city of Houston. He was only 44 years of age, had been with the Houston Fire Department for 17 years and 5 years with the arson unit. He leaves behind his wife and 2 children, and we want to lift up that entire family. Please pray for them. This is a painful situation. Pray for the family of the Houston Fire Department as a whole, and especially for those firefighters and arson investigators who work very closely with him, and then pray for our city. In a few minutes, we will